现在的这个版本卷水补给速度太慢了，
对，削了。好，女坦挤上来了，是这一波吗？瑞尔一个朝东侧的 WR，
其实就是
稍微蹬了一下边排，被激活杀掉。
哦呦！
闪现向前 Q， 这边的话，这个 Q 闪也留到了兔子，兔子只能被迫往南部交了一个大招，然后补过去。那这样的话，相当于这个大招没有伤害了。狗子这个时候也情急之下锁到了人堆里面，被击杀掉。这样，
这波看看有没有机会蓄力 Q 残虐猛击打的伤害还不错，但锤走2个人，这波是个机会吗？狐狸直接过来亲到了一个狼虎，但后面的输出是完全跟不上的 ，Starry 旁边只能放导弹，一个大3个，这波打的还不错。狼虎直接举起来，就是想去进后排。哦呦，野虎直接倒地伤害太高了，再来一狙。 奶油直接锁到是谁？锁到这个飞机，飞机这边人跑不掉了，飞机没有闪现的，直接被老虎打个卷死 ，triple kill。但这个人头是给到，
防守一下这里的2塔韩，看下这个位置。
好，两边辅助又扭打在一块，4个战略已经开了，先激活牛头，牛头这边有灵光披风走得很快，没有吃到格温的第3轮大招，反而是这边佩斯这个大招辐射的范围非常的好，2塔韩1000多血被魏给抢到了。 那这样的话，是形成了进攻的一个追击之势，魏跟狐狸双齐追。这一波 W 的团战爆炸了，只剩一个 tail 往对方的塔里跑，那逃无可逃，再追也只是延缓自己死亡的时间罢了。
哦，熏这个惩戒是真的稳啊！
来后面直接往到后排一钻，大招直接接上了。哦，这个伤害直接把 ADC 给灌死了，还是打挺高的。2段窜完之后，老牛直接交闪现，但同时亚索一个闪现 Q 直接给收尾。莉莉娅直接睡觉吧，睡了4个人，奶油这波睡得非常不错。但有没有后续的输出呢？好像没办法 ，W 的瞬间被横给凿了一下。但后面莉莉娅还想操作，莉莉娅在拉扯，但一个吹风吹完之后，林峰也在操作，两边一边中单一边打也互相操作，但莉莉娅先倒地，同时撒 C 想换一个，但是能换掉吗？换掉了，这个局势老干爹好像就占优了。
撒子好能打呀，用那个乌龟形态在里面搅着。
哎，2连起来，有冰川增幅，一个 Q 知道莉莉娅反手大招直接过去了，莉莉娅可能要睡。这波这个位置看有没有机会直接打，一完丢完之后还是有机会能打的，直接一个Q 把这个老牛给作死了。那这样的话，右边感觉这个口子不太好打，要稍微撤一下，拉扯一下。鳄鱼一进来，女枪大招直接洗，闪现躲开一个台，但是横被睡到了，大招凿一下，莉莉娅这波伤害挺高的，莉莉娅还在转，直接睡觉吧，被干锅给解了，3个残血，莉莉娅有没有机会？莉莉娅 Q 再回口血，莉莉娅好像不要游龙，我看看这个位置没有什么位移技能了，再 A 一下，莉莉娅有5杀吗？有没有5杀？哎 ，W 加金身 ，A 5杀。
That's right. Let's go. Eat it up. Ow. I ate that, yeah, I slayed that. Keep shining, big fat paycheck. What you gonna do when I come through? Woke up feeling fresh, brand new. Insta up a new pick. I ate that. Moving through with my click. I ate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I ate that. Oh, my girl's looking sick. We ate that. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy, please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. I like it, yeah, I like it. 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 That's right. Insta up a new pick. I hate that. Moving through with my click. I hate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I hate that. All my girls looking sick. Watching how I talk. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy, please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it, come and eat it, come and eat it up. Yeah, come and eat it, rock that suit like she slay, she fair, she overconfident, she don't need no mirror, no. Take a look, soak it in, watch closely, this is how you live. Turn it up, let it.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访到的是 WBG Tap 的 Light 选手，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的 AD 选手 Light。
欢迎 Light。上一场你的超神 EZ 啊，都让我们印象非常深刻啊。那很可惜的是，没有能够拿到最后的胜利。回去有做哪些总结吗？
回去我们有看我们这次比赛吧，就是换线之后的处理做的有点太不好了，就是像青铜一样，然后。今天感觉最差也可以做到白银嘛，
还是很谦虚啊。但是可能在这个不足的地方，在这一场还要更加精进一点啊。那 Light， 你对自己目前为止在第2赛段的表现符合自己预期吗？
第2赛段因为刚打了1场嘛，其实第1场可能有些不在节奏吧，然后希望后面的比赛可以。找到节奏，然后打得更好。
我们也期待越来越好的 WBG 和 Light。那今天接下来这场要对阵到的是 TT 战队，有什么在赛前想要对对手所说的话吗？
这一场会拿下你们。
拿下你们，期待双方的对决了。我们待会儿见。好的，马上为大家采访到的是 TT 战队的一昌恩，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 的 AD 选手一昌。
欢迎李修南。那最近呢，这个 TT 战队在组内赛的积分目前是1胜1负嘛，也相信你们有关注登峰组的比赛。你觉得现阶段比较强劲难打的对手有哪些呢？
基本都挺难打的吧？
都挺难打的，所以还是有一点小小的压力的啊。那也问一下，今天对阵的 WBG 嘛，刚刚也采访到他们的下路选手 Light， 你觉得你们2位对位的话，在打法风格上有什么碰撞呢？
我们应该都是偏对线一点的吧，就我想打出线上优势。
所以今天这个线上的对阵和较量要有点看点了啊。那要不要预测一下接下来对阵 WBG 这场的胜率有几成呢？
就他们也是一个很强的对手吧，然后我觉得打他们的话就做好我们自己的就可以了。
做好自己就好了。那让我们赛场上见了，也给你们加油了。谢谢李秀楠。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，抓拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄，敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
哇，这鳄鱼有点太夸张了！还来，这3点光到了。
Cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody wants this. Always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap， 上单 Brave， 打野天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助航。接下来，让我们欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming， 上单 Hoya， 打野北川，中单 Seda， 下路伊查恩，辅助 Feather。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第4日的第1场比赛，由 WBG Tap Tap 对阵 TT 战队即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
着你了。必须挖下去。他们找的就是你。我将操办你的仪式。一经触碰，就会腐烂纠缠。这些岛屿的死人们，起来惩罚你了！这个部落将吞噬一切。我将操办你的仪式。会记住的。我必须挖下去。再来座坟墓。 你不想加入他们吗？
最终决战即将开始。
岛屿会记住的。
全军出击。
哼。 谢谢。扩张吧！他们在
爱的小灵魂。
防御塔构层即将脱落，
真可惜。
抓到你了！
真可爱，
来吧，我在这儿。把它们藏起来。
跟随我的指引。
Good heavens, look at the time. It's time to actually cast some League of Legends. Welcome back, everyone. I'm done learning German for the day. And while I saw at the sort of corner of my eye, I saw Xiaohu's Ahri and other things doing despicable things to Thunder Talk. Of course, this is up in our Ascend series. And we get to see a little bit of how Weibo bounced back from their first loss in the best of threes. I've got to get a little bit set up on the other side, folks, so just ignore me a little bit if I'm a little bit distracted. Of course, getting up towards 20 minutes into the game. 2 dragons for Weibo already, and they're looking pretty slick. SL Ick, as Scott Pilgrim would have told me in the past. Well, no, he wouldn't have said that. Actually, it was... Who's the dude? Who was the first X? Questions, questions. All of these things you learn for, you know, important things. Right, I have chat up on my screen. Welcome everyone. Of course, streaming over here on Nymaera, YouTube and Twitch, and then over on Onivia as well, so get yourself saddled in. It'll just be me today. Sam's taking a bit of a break, so we have to watch our workload a little bit, make sure that we're doing okay on a bunch of different metrics. Weibo pushing out multiple lanes. Weibo, of course. Oh, let's go! Xiaohu getting the Medjais before second item. Perfect. If you're an Ahri player, if you are a Snowball Mage player, Medjais is best as second item. You have the utility of your first item. You can get towards those 10 stacks. Xiaohu already has now a permanent 10% movement speed buff. Now, if I'm playing as Nautilus trying to walk at an Ahri, or an Aatrox or a Shinzao trying to shut her down, Ahri with even more movement speed on top of the 40% you get from pressing W is really, really nasty. Look how quickly Xiaohu can reposition himself. And if he gets one good fight, those stacks start to hyper-accelerate as well. I love that stuff, folks. Very important. Xiaohu does need to be a little bit careful of that kind of range. Hits the E, hits the Q afterwards. Doesn't get blocked by the shield. It's had late. Dragon spawning would be soul point for Weibo. Breathe off on the flank. Ha! Hoya's been caught out. That is a problem. Didn't pull the Vi ult onto him, though. Smashed the flash out and gets a safety. Hung wants to make that a little bit less true, though. Flash forwards onto the Varus, and the Ambessa comes through. Public execution, cease and desist, and Varus is no more. Scrubbed off the internet. And Beitramp might be soon to get him as well. Double kill over to Light on the Sivir, helping them run forwards with that Sivir ultimate. Weibo wiped the fight, and Thunder Talk, it's like they weren't even there at all. 20 stacks on the Dark Sea, on the Medjais after that fight. This is why you get the Medjais as second item. You get a play like that, and the game is now unplayable for Thunder Talk. This is why I think Ahri's best item in the game is that Medjais. You have such a good team to set you up for your damage in this one. You have the Ambessa and the Vi pinning someone in place. Ahri gets to reset after that point and use that increased amount of ability power. Medjais at 25 stacks, of course, the highest amount of AP per item in the game. Already at 20 stacks, 5 AP per stack. That's 100 plus the base 20 or whatever you get from the actual item of that. 125 is more than a death cap. Oh, insane. Hoya spotted hopping over the wall. Breathe, great job hanging out in that tri-brush to spot him out there. It was spotted on the sweeper after that, and I think Hoya knows he's had. I'm surprised Hoya actually made it out of there alive, but I think, let's be honest, Tin has better targets to hit with the ult. That is an awesome Vi Q into flash over the wall. Goes straight towards his target, no messing around. Varus is the target. Let's get some kills after that. Xiaohu goes forwards, and just look how much damage they get to pile on. TT, how do you fight when the Varus is instantly obliterated like that? This is just monstrous. This is monstrous. Alright. Well, Breathe caught out on the spot side, but teleport in from Ahri. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Oh no, this is the worst case scenario. All of those stacks going to be lost. Teleports in late, Breathe dies, and then Xiaohu dies anyway. Getting a little bit lost in the source, Weibo. Yeah, not the best there, folks. Not the best. Atacom will still go down to Weibo. Make no mistake, Weibo is still in a very good place. And you still have 10 stacks on the Medjai, so it's not like you've lost everything, but still. You really want a little bit more than that, don't you? Good day, Gab, by the way. I do see you over in Novia's chat. Just reading back in chat, I think there was an analysis of the draft. TT is in a difficult position. The only player that has an advantage is Varus and is Poke Varus. Well, I guess against this team, Poke Varus is probably better than on Hicks. You can stand at further range away. If we look to the other team, Varus will not have the chance to do many things while playing from behind. Yeah, you're absolutely true. And that would be even worse, I think, for the on-hit Varus. But let's be honest, neither one gets to really play that well. And in that game, you can absolutely see it. The enemy's beefy, mobile, and their only purpose is to send you back into the base. Well, they definitely get their targets out pretty well, don't they? They get onto those. We just saw it there, didn't we? Absolutely nasty combo. So we get ourselves a pick in the top river. Ultra starting to pull through it. Alistar buying time with his own ultimate. TT, I think, pretty happy getting that Alistar ultimate out, but losing it for 2 of your own while you're behind the game, not the best. Shin Aatrox cannot be a reliable frontline. Weibo has the better scaling. Well, I don't think that Weibo has that reliable frontline either. It really does depend on your gold value, right? But then again, Weibo aren't playing for a frontline, are they? They're kind of playing for ignoring your frontline and just kind of rushing past them. 2 items for light. This is a problem, see. You know, one of the bigger problems with this is that Xin Zhao has to position very carefully as to not ricochet onto his other teammates. Because if Varus and Ryza stood just behind the Xin Zhao, the ricochet will hit them. And especially now we're getting towards light, getting towards an infinity edge. 3 item Sivir ricochets will, with a couple of auto attacks, take a third half your HP. Arguably, TT should have the better frontline between Ryze and Xin Zhao, but does that matter against a Sivir? That is a question. And also, does it matter against a Vayne and Ahri? Xiaohu hits the charm there. Has to play a little respectfully on the weak side of the map. He's got to be so annoyed by he teleported into that bot side play and lost those stacks, actually. It's pretty hard to lose your stacks as an Ahri. If you're playing selfishly as an Ahri, and I think you should and can do with a build like this, you know, the game becomes a lot easier. I think at that point you just cut your losses, right? Three items hit for light. Yeah, this Sivir is about to go critical mass. 3 item Sivir, that's when it's online. I have to say, I've missed players like Light being on hyper carries. His Jinx was always incredible. His Sivir's been good in the past. His Zeri's been excellent. I do miss a little bit more. Hang on a second. That's 1xN has to flash. His spell shield is smote away from him, and he is smote afterwards. Multiple people diving forwards. Weibo pull the Sivir ultimate. And why was 1xN that far up? Why was he there? Why was he pushed up there? Weibo find it easy pick. Easy pick. Inhibitor will be broken. And, you know, it feels like we're sliding towards the end of the game. Yes, there's a tower taken by Ryze, but losing an inhib before this point, before this timestamp, before just as Baron spawns, pretty awful. Beitram spots some recalls coming through. I suppose the bonuses, though, less ultimates available right now. Xiaohu has his ultimate. Ooh, good charm. Gets hooked. He's safe here, though, for now. I mean, remember, this is a tanky Ahri. Hoya, very low HP. Ryze takes another tower on top side, though. So actually, that side of the play, I think TT will take. Dragon alive. This bit, they would not like to have had, though. There is a teleport from setup. He could teleport into the play. They give the ocean. They give the Cloud Soul. Now, the problem is here. You now have Cloud Soul against a Varus, who already has a hard enough time staying at the range which he wants to because Weibo is pulling the Sivir ultimate. Actually, I think that's the big difference. You know, normally I think a poke Varus. Look at that! Immediately has to pull the Ghost Blade and get out to safety. But that means he's out of position to help his support. Has flash, but Feather, yeah, he's not floating in the wind no more. 1xN trying to get some damage out, but it just feels like Weibo have the extra bit of mobility. Actually, we'll see about that. That's Hunt going down for free, and the Sivir's not actually allowed to free hit. Realm Warp comes through. Xiao, who does have double ult charges. No one comes through on that Realm Warp. Leads to just being a 1-for-1. However, trading like that when you're behind in the game, I think you take that as TT. And now you know there's no Vial, no Ariel, and the Varus can start to actually play this game now. This is different. TT might have found their angle. Weibo giving up a bit of a free fight. They are tanking the Baron. They do need to be careful with that. There is a Vi flash Q, but he's Realm Warped and he has to flash away. TT continually getting more skills and more HP out for free, and Ambessa goes in. They might not have a Vial, but they do have that. Xin Zhao goes down and is left just on Varus. Can he do enough? Not quite. Nope. No, he can't. The Sivir rules the day here. The ricochet off the vision cone takes the last kill down, and though there was an angle spotted by TT, it was a slim one, and Weibo punish. Double teleports into the base. 30-second death time is just a Nautilus between them and the Nexus. And yes, while they don't have themselves the Baron, they have enough people to go and claim the turrets. Feather gets the ult flash to get the double knock-up. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Still 10 seconds on the next respawn coming through. Only one grub, but who gives a damn? Weibo will end the game in just over 29 minutes. And TT feel the brunt of Weibo's creative skirmish playstyle. I was expecting Sam to chime in when you paused. Sam is taking a day off today, folks. Hello. I'm so sorry that I left you alone for most of that first game. Hope it didn't ruin your experience too much. However, still, nice to be here. Okay, let me do that thing where I turn on my camera. I do actually need to physically turn on my camera. Not physically turn on, you know, like actually activate the source because I had to have it for my German lessons. Hello, everyone. My name's Nymaera. I'm so sorry that I wasn't here for the first game, but I have to learn German. Which can be a thing. Hello, Sam. How's it going?
Not so bad. I'm on NLC today, and I'm a bit fried, so I probably won't be joining you too much today. However, I am going to go get you a coffee. So what would you like? What's the offer? What's the order, chat?
Can I have a latte and any kind of pastry / sweet treat, because I deserve one?
That can be done. Chat, what do you want, guys? I'm going to go get some stuff.
Right, folks, I realized I didn't turn off pre-roll for the Twitch stream, so I'm going to run some Twitch ads now, just so we don't have that for the games. And if you're watching on YouTube, obviously it won't apply to you. But, yeah. You want tea? Do you all want some tea?
That can be arranged.
Yeah. We need a refresh. Sorry, I didn't realize that we need a refresh. Let me do that now before we
get that sorted.
I didn't realize that. Gonna refresh that now, so hopefully it'll resync the audio, and we'll see after that. Gosh. I did notice it was slightly desynced, but obviously.
A lot of you focusing on stuff.
Yeah. Dankeschön. I'm still nibbling at the not tofu, paneer from last night.
I was quite happy with that.
It's good. It's good.
Relatively, it was a very easy pick.
Yeah. Zeref wants some cold coffee.
Ooh.
Kalt Kaffee. The iced latte. The thing is, most languages you can just use a lot of loan words and kind of get away with it now.
My favorite part of Japanese is just the
Aisokohi.
Aisokohi.
And the thing is, it sounds like you're being a little bit culturally insensitive when you say stuff like that. You're actually not. It is the easiest way for them to.
It's like my personal favorite is asparagus.
Asabara.
It's asabaragasu. Is the full
word. The short way is aspara.
Yeah. So trying to teach Japanese kids how to do English properly is an absolute nightmare in some ways because they are so used to losing the loan words. They don't bother to learn it properly, if that makes sense. So you end up in this position where like they're going, let's go for it's asparagus, not asubaragasu. That is 3 or 4 extra syllables. You don't use these.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fun thing by the way. Onivia sent us some coasters. So we have a whole box of these. These are my Ari ones. I might keep one or two of these, but yeah, we might do a giveaway of some of these coasters, courtesy of Onivia. I think actually, I don't know whether Onivia like went through another person to do that, or just kind of laser burn them or whatever. But we have a couple of them. There are some really cool ones. So we're deciding on how to do that. Can I enter as an American? Hey, we'll try and figure it out to be as fair as possible and see what's actually, as long as the costs aren't exorbitant. Hopefully that's fine. But yeah, I think maybe for playoffs we will do either a prediction bracket where, you know, maybe we can do a prediction bracket, or maybe it's better just to do a random thing, just because I think more people are likely to sign up if it's a random thing. You don't have to think about it and continually commit. We'll have a think. You guys have a think maybe as well about what kind of giveaway you'd actually find rewarding. Is there a smaller one? No, we do have a Z one, which is really cool. But yeah, just something nice like that to, you know, get some people more involved. Oh, this is when they realm warped in, and then it was a late teleport from Ari. I mean, if this comes in a couple of seconds earlier, maybe you can play this. Even then, you know you're going onto the strong side of the map. Is there a Belfast one? Not yet. Oh, did everyone see? But have you seen the description for the pool party Malphite skin? No, I haven't. Is there any? I can go show you the. Hang on, I can show you the whole shebang actually. One second. Pulled over my microphone. That's really good of me. Nice, good job, Alex. I can't hear what Sam's saying. The whole shebang. Right, so this is the full box of stuff. Oops. So let me go pull out some different ones. So we have Evelyn and Ari. Evelyn and Ari is those ones, like the chibi ones. There's a bunch of them. Then there's some square ones. So we have like, so we have Ari Jackson Z. Oops. Ari Jackson Z. And then there's also Wukong in here as well. And then we have a couple of different ones for different roles. So we have top lane, mid lane, and support here. So we have a couple of different ones there. Yeah, so we might do a giveaway for them at some, well, no, we will do a giveaway for them at some point. It's just figuring out how to do it in a logistical sense and also how to do it fairly as well. Xiaohu's Ari gets the MVP. Honestly, I have always liked Xiaohu's Ari. I know that a lot of people dunk on Xiaohu for a bunch of different reasons, for a bunch of different years of gameplay being a little bit scuffed, don't get me wrong. But I actually really like his Ari. His Ari in 2022 is one of the ones which I bring up as an example of how to play initiation Ari. Of how to, you know, start fights in the right way. I really like him. I think he's really, really good at what he does. Wait. Oh no, I did see the Malphite description. I just forgotten about it. He's coarse, rough, irritated, and of course he gets everywhere. Goddamn sand. They actually just prequel me. They actually just put a prequel meme into our goddamn video game, man. Great. You are absolutely right, by the way, Mecha. You were saying that the clean feed, the sound was really quiet earlier. It had the clean feed is quieter today, and I don't know why. But the clean feed is quieter today, and I'm not sure why. It's like even if I put it up, because normally I put it up to about here, but this is me without. Huh? That's so strange. Because this is the loudest it will get. Well, no, that's not true. I can put it up louder than this. But I don't normally have to. I normally have to quiet it down. Very strange. Couple of votes for top lane. Yeah, Breathe had a good game. But, you know, I like Xiaohu's Ari. I think he's very good. I'm looking forward to, yeah. Hey, you know what? Hysterix is on and I'm solo casting right now. Maybe I can cast with him. Where is the original broadcast being streamed? That's on, like, Huya and, Billy. Yeah, but I'll just throw a message out to Hysterix. You know, he raided us the other day and, has to pay back some, you know. Whatever, and of course no pressure if not. I'm happy to solo cast, but, yeah. Plus, also, I'm casting with him on the weekend. It's nice to get some reps in, you know. Where the hell did my charger? Oh, my charger's not here. Whoops. Whatever, and I'll see whether he replies. It's absolutely fine if it's not, because he's doing his own thing, right? But and I've put adverts on, that's fine. We have a Nymaera Hysterix cast for G2. Yeah, Hysterix and I are doing G2 Rogue, and I'm really looking forward to that, because, I don't know, it's just nice to be, like, you know, funnily enough, one of my very first casts was Rogue as well. No, I think my first one was SK Mad Lions, thinking about it. Was that my first one? That's hard to tell. Because I came on in, like, week 2 of LEC, but I was on Death that week, so it must have been week 3 or something, or week 4. Can't remember when I actually got to cast that. Do I have enough coffee? Ooh, barely. Also, did everyone see that T1 subbed in Smash again? Like, the thing which I don't get about this whole sub-in, sub-out thing is, like, if it's a problem that Guma wasn't practicing with the team, because I've seen some people saying, well, you know, he wasn't scrimming before the split, he only had a couple of games with T1, because they only had the 4 games, right, the 2 series. Like, if that was a problem, why didn't they split practice until he was up to speed again, and then sub him in? Why did they put him in early, and then, you know, potentially lose T1 games, potentially make, you know, potentially put Guma under more pressure than was duly deserved? No idea why Guma is benched. His last series versus Genji wasn't great, in fairness. I thought that his game 2 and 3 with the Caitlyn and the Corki and the Caitlyn were actually very bad, because they had to win lane and they didn't. But like that is a problem. Hey, Asta, good to see you. The stream is really quiet today. Weird. Normally the clean feed's a lot louder than that. Whatever, it's fine. Maybe I do... So I need to remember it's normally 74%. What I can do... Oops, that's much... Sorry, that's me, that's system sounds, that's me. Sorry, that's me, it's not you, it's me. So this will now be louder. And this is now as loud as it will go. Oh, hi, thanks for the follow. That actually scared the hell out of me. Great, I'm here for game 2. Yeah, no, sadly, game 1's for weekdays. We'll see what happens on Fridays. But on weekdays, it's a bit harder. What I should really do is I should actually just set up some time where... So my girlfriend is German, speaks German, right? I should actually just have her just speak German at me and do conversation class that way. Why haven't I done that more? Whatever. What am I eating? I'm not eating anything right now. Oh, what is... Oh, not me. You're asking someone else in chat. Cool. And, yeah, obviously, folks, if you're in chat, obviously I'm solo casting today as well. You let me know how you're doing. I like these coasters. This is a nice coaster. That's cool. I like those. Welcome to chat, by the way, Leadad, by the way. Well, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Was? Du hast eine Freundin? Yes, I do. I do. Ich habe eine Freundin. Yeah, we've been... Wait, how long have we been together? Almost... Wait, is it 2 years this year? A while, yeah. Why am I learning German? Because I'm a British citizen living in Germany. So if I need to, if I want to update my visa, if I have to update my visa, I need to have a certain level of German. I thought chat was your lover. Chat can be as sussy as it wants sometimes, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but we all have favorite. What's my favorite teams? As a caster, I'm objectively unbiased on teams. So yeah, when I'm casting, I'm unbiased. However, I will say, if you're a caster and you're for someone who's aspiring to be a caster, don't be afraid to like teams. Don't be afraid to show support for a team in a certain way, as long as it doesn't unbalance a caster necessarily. So for instance, I love my Japanese League of Legends teams. I spent years watching LJL, and I am still a Japanese League of Legends expert and historian for it. So I love Detonation Focus Me, and I love the Hawks them internationally. Ebby's a friend of mine now as well, which is a very cool thing. Can't wait to see it, because their games are... I'm not a rare atom hater. Is DFM my favorite team? No, my favorite team was 2015 SK Telecom. 2015 SK Telecom is my favorite team of all time. I started watching League of Legends by watching Faker play Ahri at Season 3 Worlds. And it's one of the reasons why I play Ahri, and I'm so obsessed with that champion to this day. So my favorite team of all time is the original set of SK Telecom teams, back from 2013, 14, 15. Basically, don't be like the LCK casters, you won't be biased. I think that's unfair. I actually... Well, okay, not that I, not that I religiously sit down and do that stuff. I think it's completely fine to have favorite teams and talk highly about historic levels of dominance from T1 and Gen G when they're like that. I really like watching the LCK cast, and obviously that's your opinion. I'm not going to invalidate your opinion. If that's the conclusion you've arrived to, that's whatever. And I think there's always going to be whatever. What's my favorite team from each region at the moment? G2 are cooking pretty hard. I'm liking the way that, like, BB and Skewmon are pulling out some weird stuff. So G2, and G2 also a really cool org to work with and be around as well. So I like G2 a lot. NA, that one's a bit harder. I really like FlyQuest, I think, at the moment, but I haven't watched nearly as much as that. LPL, what is my favorite LPL team? Ooh, that's a hard one. I love Knight. Knight might be my favorite player in the world right now. I'm definitely on my Knight agenda. But there's lots to be said about LPL teams, isn't there? Right, we're into Draft of the Game too, and I'll have a think about those favorite teams as well. And you tell me what your favorite teams are as well if you're in chat. First game really felt like Weibo had a strong composition. I loved the Sivir Alistair lane. The fact that they could pull that out, the Sivir is game-changing. If you can play Sivir in this current meta, I think it really changes things. You're a hyper carry with a mid-game spike because of your ultimate, and you enable your powerful topsides to run at people. Imagine a Gwen with a Sivir. Of course, not going to be relevant to this track because it was picked in game 1, but just have a think about that. When you see picks like that, how do they enable the rest of things? Neferi still unbanned, Jace still unbanned. One of them will get through the draft, and it's the Ashe instead. So Weibo on red side saying, let's trade some OPs. Top eSource is my favorite team. I hate internationals. Oh, I feel you. I feel like Kanavi. I love Kanavi. I often get attached to players more than teams at points because I love their playstyle. And you know what? TT are a team which I've gained a lot of love for. You know, with the UCal 1xN roster, I saw the passion that these players had despite being a smaller organization within the LPL. Then a Neferi first pickup is a nice one here for Beitron. That being said, typically Beitron likes to be leading the charge with stuff like with crowd control, right? He tends to be that leader with CC. On the other side, Tien gets himself Skarner. Of course, that was unbanned too. We focus on the Neferi. Surely you lock in Jace here though, right? Unless... So, Tien's hovering over the Yorick and lost the 1v1, of course. But Yorick actually got buffed on this patch. Yorick is, on this patch, Yorick is actually strong. He's actually a very good Jace counter as well. Shao who goes towards the Talir. Talir is, trying to play Neferi into Skarner Talir is actually pretty rough. Galio, not a bad answer into the Talir. You don't want to play the Azir. Azir is nasty. Talir has been so powerful this year, by the way. Galio can answer global for global, but you do lose lane push. You're shorter range. And of course you don't bring as much damage, unless you're Durnby who goes for the Leandries build instead. But even then, the Talir is much easier to play around because of her extended range and her ability to stop you getting into the backline. Nah locked in. Why are we not picking Jace, folks? I mean, Breeze. You either go Renekton or Jace here, right? I mean, Jace maybe feels a bit rough when you've got the Galio ult on top of everything, but I mean, it's Breeze Jace. Sure, easy lock-in. Easy lock-in. I was torn between Jackie and the Shy for my favorite LPL players. So, fun fact about that. Blade who's saying that in chat. There is an LPL award show at the end of each year, and there is a most popular player within LPL award. The Shy won that 5 times. He is so ridiculously popular. You know, the only time he didn't get that award is when EDG won Worlds and JJ beat him. I believe JJ was the player who won that award. Very rare for that to happen. But Jackie is also the second most popular player within China. You have the Shy and you have Jackie. And of course, once upon a time there was Uzi as well, but it's been a while since he's been playing at a top level, so harder to put that on there. Second round of bans coming through. Corki, Rakan. You know what? If the game sound is lower, I can just speak more quiet. My god, ASMR? Does that work instead of Nymaera? Maybe it does. Ezreal banned away. 1xN, what's he gonna go towards? I miss 1xN's Aphelios, by the way. His Aphelios is so good. So good. Hey, Samira. Yeah, Samira's... yeah, I can just pick him with Samira one trick. Kai'Sa locked in for Light. Light's Kai'Sa... well, every LPL Kai'Sa is notable, but Light's one has done a lot of damage, of course, over the years too. TT, they see the Kai'Sa. Is there a lane-dominant bot lane they can go towards? No Varus, no Kalista, no MF, no Ezreal, and no Corki. That's a lot of your lane-dominant stuff gone. Do you have to... well, you don't want a Xayah versus Jace Celia. That's kind of crap. You go for the Rel. What does 1xN go for? What do you go for here? You want something longer range, or something that can shrug off poke. You can't go for... you need something that can anti-dive, but you don't want to go Xayah. Xayah's bad in this comp. And that's why you go for the Tristana. You have the Galio in your head. I like this Tristana, actually, for 1xN. I like this a lot. I didn't know what AD carry they're going towards, but, you know, the Kai'Sa's not the strongest laning phase. Rel versus Leon is fine. I mean, the 2v2 is volatile, but it's not something that you lose, much like a lot of the bot lanes that Tristana goes into. I actually quite like this a lot. And we're saying, well, where are the hyper carries? How do you... you know, we miss these players on those sorts of picks. I like that. TT walking away with a hyper carry, but this is very much 1xN needing to put out a lot of pressure. Top lane matchup also incredibly important. I think whoever gets the... I mean, you expect the Jace to win that matchup, but if Hoya can survive a little longer, it buys TT a lot more on the map. Well, I do understand that T1 is playing some League of Legends right now, but if you stop by here, either in the future watching back, hello, time travelers. Or, of course, if you're here as well as you LPL faithful few, welcome in, welcome in. Why don't we enjoy ourselves some LPL? Unironically, Cleanse and Ghost Jinx with Lulu Heal Exhaust will work crazy good with jungle assistance early. Depends against the comp. Flash is obviously pretty nice, but you know what? Going Disco Summoners, maybe we'll see it one day. Weber versus Thundertalk. Thundertalk kind of just easily wiped away in our first game of the series. TT had a magnificent split one where they managed to get a very good playoffs placement for themselves, but Weibo, well, they had the opposite. They really want to rectify things here in Group Ascent. Let's see if we got some Joes. There they are. Oh my god, Javik in the crowd? Let's go. And they were roommates? Oh my god. That's good. You ever sit and think about how, you know, the rest of the Piltover kind of laboratory staff kind of wonder, like, what the hell's going on in there? They're making magic, are they? I make myself laugh. Three games, please, so I have a chance to catch the BLG AL series. Yeah, well, we will... Yeah. I mean, I'm here for the long run. I'll be here with you on this journey. Patreon double dagger in the camps. Audio seems like it's resynced. That's good. Let me know what the volume's like as well, by the way. This is about as loud as it... This is as loud as it gets, in fact. Oh, you're talking about for Weibo? What do you think? The thing is... Not having Flash versus Gnar or Neferi can kind of suck. Throwing a lifesteal build with Blade the Ruined King? Maybe. Oh, you're Rose. Sorry. Yeah, you did do that. Yeah, while I was audio only. Not audio, text only. I'll have a think about that. Shahoop gets level 2. Of course you get the pushes to Celia early. Galio's passive can help him with wave clear, but it's really hard to last hit and then also push the wave. It's one of the worst things. One of the worst things about this. If it's a little soft, what I can do, I'll just speak a little quieter. If I speak a little quieter, you'll balance this out a little bit more, and then you can put this stream a bit louder yourself. So get ready for some soft-spoken League of Legends until something interesting happens, and then I'll try not to blow out the mic. Oh my god, is that the Gromi emote? That is actually a Gromi emote. That's fantastic, Mecha. For those of you that never played the Yakuza franchise, go play it. It's fantastic. Or the Like a Dragon franchise. Yakuza's in the West, but, you know, can't exactly name something like that in Japan. Hoya's losing half a plate already. Yeah. First couple of levels for the Nara into the Jace. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. Is Castor so boring? I'm so sorry, Adrian. I'm so sorry if I'm boring for you. Turns out, when you sit here every day, and you watch so much League of Legends, you don't want to run over the same conversations every now and again. Talk about some other stuff about this as well, if you'd like. Thunder Talk. As we were saying earlier, reached a record high placement back in spring. Winter, rather. They'd never reached that high before. They managed to get through to first seed in their group, beating out BLG, one of the most dominant teams ever in LPL history for the recent era. And I say that not because they were dominant for a long period of time, but because for the period of time they were dominant in, it felt just unwinnable for so many other teams. Breathe, huge topside control, Tian. Oh, he has a kill angle now. That is a problem for Hoya. Picks up the rock and is going to stop jumping away. Hoya has to flash, and he has to jump away as well. Breathe. They knew that this Jace was coming in. They didn't pick it. They locked in a blind Gnar instead of going for the Jace themselves. And they're getting hugely punished for it. In what world do you pick up that Jace? Hung now walking towards mid lane as well. Doesn't get the flick back. Does Xiaohu. And you deleted the message about the boring casting. Sorry. Do you not like being perceived in chat? It's one of the things about, of course, being on a broadcast, but then also being a streamer as well. If you're in chat, obviously you have a certain level of anonymity and a certain level of remove. As a caster, you often don't actually get to fire back against people that much. Whatever. I mean, if you think I'm boring, that's actually fine. It's feedback. I'm not going to invalidate your opinion. I will, however, address it. Like getting control in here. TT are in a bit of trouble now. They're in a bit of trouble because they are losing on both sides of the map, realistically. The Kai'Sa getting a cull early and Kai'Sa getting out of lane is a bit of a problem. And aren't going to make everyone happy, but what if I try harder? What if I do that? Dragon going to get taken by Weibo. TT did move their bot lane, or rather their Tristana, up towards the top lane. And actually, the Tristana is a good matchup into the Jace. That actually, you know what? I think there's actually an angle to put the Gnar with the Rel, have them 2v2, and have the Tristana go against the Jace. Actually, why didn't that happen? This is one of those games where something that Kira was talking about a little while ago, not even that long ago, saying there is a world where you can remove a weak laning top laner and put them into bot lane, have them laning with the support, get up to level 3, level 4, whatever you need, right? And then you can go back into whatever side lane you need to. Tristana is so good as an individual laner. It's a well-studied matchup against the Jace from mid lane. This is the matchup you should go for. You have the Tristana versus the Jace. This is good. Stop the Gnar going up against the Jace. It's like when a door's open, but not, you know, only just a little bit. It's ajar. I feel like I see every Jace go 1k up from farming plates early. Yeah, I think that's one of the big problems with Jace. Jace is so powerful now that you can't lane swap away from him. He gets ahead of the game and he starts to carry it from there. We have a big rotation towards the top side. You are ganking a Tristana, which is hard. The Rel 2. Beitron's here. Of course, doesn't have that jump 2 yet. The Hound's Pursuit. Hoya, against the Kai'Sa, that's a problem. Kai'Sa's a pretty strong individual AD carry as well. Doesn't have level 6. Hoya will have to back off. Not in a position to immediately teleport towards the Grubs. Breathe doesn't stop. Was that trying to stop a recall? No, it wasn't. That was just a missed shot burst, and that was strange. Is there any off-meta build you don't see yet in pro play from any champion of your choice? Serpent's Fang Zyra can be really good against Ivern, because any kind of damage halves the shields. That's kind of funny. I think Yorick can be played into Jace. He's a Jace counter. He's actually very good at that right now. I think there's some world for that to happen. Off-meta builds. I'm trying to theory craft a hybrid Ahri build, which is very good at skirmishing with both AD and AP, but I haven't figured that one out yet, so I'll get back to you on that one. And then there's stuff which is not, I wouldn't call it off-meta, but stuff like, you know, Shurelia's Cho'Gath can be pretty big too, but we're seeing that in bits and places, so I'm not going to call that off-meta. It's more like side-meta, I guess. Tian, that's a Beitron with level 6. He gets the smite for the level 6, though. That's nice. Okay, let's have a quick check-in. Even in gold. Are both teams. 3 gubs for TT, Dragon over to Weibo. So, nothing big just yet. What does that mean, though? I mean, Tristana being even in lane is a good thing. However, Kai'Sa being even in lane is also a good thing. So I don't think you're trading a lead for nothing. On the other side, the Gnar's going to be in a big problem point. The Gnar is going to be struggling to play this game. I don't think the Gnar wants to play against the Kai'Sa or the Jace, so you have to play against the Taliyah. But then if you're playing the Taliyah against the Gnar, someone else is playing against your Galio. So yeah, TT... Gotta figure this one throughout skirmishes. I think they need to get a skirmish. They need to get a skirmish early. They need to get some gold onto someone so they can play the game. I think they are currently outdrafted. And the way you deal with that is getting a lot of gold where you don't expect it normally. Collector Ahri. You know, funnily enough, I did actually used to play some Collector Ahri. I played like Triforce Collector Ahri. It was very funny. There are some fun Quinn builds. There's Hubris Quinn. Like going topside. Trying to match the... Ooh, what are they trying to do? Trying to match the 2v2 again? Best Ahri, AD Ahri best build? It was for a while, actually. There was genuinely a point where AD Ahri was better than regular Ahri. And this was even before the Shiv came through. I really liked playing Kraken Slayer when it was a crit item Ahri. Because you'd use your W, you get move speed off of Kraken Slayer as well, and you would just run at people. There was also a Hexplate Ahri. Ooh, good flick back. Nice. Cool. Gets a good trade from that now, because Setup can't disengage from the Qs. Dodges out on the first Q there as well. Santino, 10 streams streak. Thank you so much. Always very cool to see regulars in there. Whether you're new or old, of course, yeah. Just nice seeing all of you in chat. Plate not giving any gold over the way, but worth noting that. No one got that hit. No one's in range. Smash is playing? Yes, Smash is playing. And that is... Look, everyone else has got to step up their game. Because the K-drama of T1 is kind of wiping the rest of us. We don't actually have any drama even close to that right now. Wait, Faker has 1,000 LCK games, but that's when they don't... You know... That's when they... That's when they don't do that thing of... What does it call it? Count LCK Cup, which is so strange to me. Zooming over here. I was wondering whether the audio was desynced again. 1xN has to jump away. Tian has flash and gets the wall stun. Feather needs to be a little bit careful here. Does not want to get caught out by the Impale. The Taliyah comes through. It's a bad flash, and Feather is having his wings clipped. And suddenly the Galio is teleported in, but it doesn't feel that particularly useful. The Neferi needs to get a reset. Does so and has more damage. Goes in for a second shield, and the Galio shield definitely gets some value there. But now suddenly Setab puts himself into the butcher's house, into the abattoir, and Weibo walk away currently with a 2-for-1 after Feather respawns. Ooh, flash forward. Tian gets another wall stun, but 1xN with a clean cleanse and flash gets himself out to safety. Flash for flash cleanse. Weibo walking away the victors from the bot lane skirmish. Breathe gets himself the 1v1 with the Gnar, has a level up, has a 500 gold advantage as well. This Gnar's not going to be able to play the game very well. I just have to question why the hell they'd give the Jace over. I know that Gnar is a comfort champion for Hoya, but this is just not a draft you want to play out from that top side. BLG needs to surprise buy Shun again. I don't think that's going to happen. The way that he left that org with all of the drama in the offseason, I don't think he'd go back now. I don't think BLG... Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe they can reconcile, but... Feather flashes. Gets hit by the Impale anyway. Rough. Xiaohu on a bot side turret. Bomb on his head. Gets a kill back, though. And another one. In a 1 versus 3 under tower, Xiaohu gets a double kill. How the hell did TT mess that up? What the hell just happened with Xiaohu? I mean, there's going to be an ethereal coming through. Xiaohu needs to get himself out of the play. Teleports out to safety. 2 kills. Teleports out. Xiaohu, smooth criminal moves. Xiaohu heard it was spring because the first split is now winter. And yeah, the Emperor of Spring has returneth, folks. So what happened here? Oh, Feather goes in for the Magnus Storm. Ah, that's a fantastic C-Siege combo from Xiaohu. Gets the E down in time. Gets the flick back on the Tristana as well. Just gets maximum CC out. And manages to play around that. Fantastic stuff. Blue buff still potentially coming through. I don't know if TT want this play either, you know, by the way. Kai'Sa doesn't have the 1 item. Maybe that's what's changing it. Doesn't have the Cull cashed in. Doesn't have 1 item. There's Yuntal onto Tristana. Hoya actually able to get a hit onto this side lane tower. Of course, was left there a little unattended after Xiaohu teleported away. Breathe with Shojin. Breathe is so strong, man. Feather will get the combo onto Light, and here comes Nefiri. Needs that setup. Light will get away with the ult and the flash, though. So Beitron uses his ults and doesn't get anything for it. Well, in terms of gold. Flash and the ult definitely helps. All 3 summoners away from Light. Xiaohu now left on the bot side of the map. Both teams having 3 grubs will equalize their tower pushing potential. Dragon each. Means there's no early soul opportunity. Dragon spawning, of course, in 3 minutes. A little while until that comes up. Herald in 2.5. That'll have to be something that TT want to play around. I think they have to look for a Tristana tower push with the Herald. 2,000 gold difference of 14 minutes. When you're already arguably out-drafted, that's not really acceptable for TT. Oh, we saw something on the boss. Oh, is that how they lost his flash? I actually didn't see that. I was not paying attention. Xiaohu actually very accurate with his flicks, but doesn't get this one. No hop, though. No flash. And Hoya will hit the ground. No Mega to help him out. No hops this time. And he slides to the left over towards the fountain. Did you like that? It says hop. And it's like a reference to the song. Beitron has his... does not have his ult, rather. House Pursuit not available. Pushing towards the tower would be the second of the game. Weibo already have themselves the feats of strength. One more this Chen. Good stuff. Oh, it was a flash predict, but the flash was late. Oh, right. Nice. I missed that. It turns out there's a lot of stuff I've got to pay attention to. Light now has first item. About to cash in his cull. He'll get out with this wave. Update on the timers. 1 minute 20 till Herald. A little later for that dragon. Galio going for the Rod of Ages. Not going for the Hollow Radiance. So he's going to do a bit more damage. So what does setup go? Rod of Ages into Riftmaker. Or into the Leandries. The thing for Galio is that... you often have a lot of base damages, and Riftmaker gives you more increase on that because of the increased damage increase from the passive, the Haunting Guys. Than Leandries. So Leandries gives you 6%, Riftmaker gives you 10% of max dice. Oof, hiccups. Why is hiccups spelt the way that it is? Like hiccups. That's one of the ways to spell it. Anyway, whatever. Rambling. It do be happening that way. Weibo are one of the weirdest teams for me to track their journey. I talked a bit about TTs, you know, record finish in the last split. Had some good moments, bringing in 1xN to join UCal. Felt like they were in a potential to be an upstart team. Never really found that. I think that Hoya struggled once they got further into playoffs and against higher tier opponents. Weibo on the other side, ever since 2023, have put together super teams. Genuine super teams. Now, their first roster they had in 2023 was... what was that team? The Shy, Karsa, Xiaohu, Light, and then Crisp. There are like four international title holders there, including one of the LPL GOATs in Xiaohu as well in terms of actual regional titles earned. Herald is now spawned in Weibo. You know, their journey has been one that's been inconsistent. They've changed rosters a bunch of times now. They've remained in the upper echelons, but God, do they make you sweat when you're trying to follow the way they play a game. So, Engage comes through onto Hung, bit of damage down. Talia ult scouts out and corrals TT into a certain area of the river. Jace not coming in, neither is Gnar right now. No teleports, we're getting towards a smite fight, which the Skarner wins. It's a fantastic impale, too. Setup gets onto the backline, but is that enough? I think Light is free hitting, and I think that's going to be enough. Beitron has no HP to play with, so despite being a good damage carry, might not be able to change things, but Tristana makes it a bit more even. 1xN gets one kill, can't get the second Goomba Stomp. It will still be, though, I mean, 3 for 1 overall. TT lose the Herald, get the fight through that Tristana, bopping on some heads. I thought Light free hitting would be the end of that. Obviously not to be the case. 1xN gets the full pop on them. That Yuntal first item, nasty, nasty power spike for the Tristana. This was with Beitron not getting that much work done. Imagine how much better this could have done if the Nefiri actually got good damage. So what happens here? The Mindfield's used early, the Smite comes through, and then it wears off. So you don't have the Minefield at this point. Setup, great flash taunt in. I should focus more on that one. That would have been helpful. You know, Beitron doesn't get damage in. It's all 1xn. And he even jumps through the minefield, insta-cleanses, flashes over the flick. Fantastic. Does jump into a melee range of the Leona stun, though. Did get the double damage and the double slow, though. Evens up the gold a little bit. Okay, Dragon can be claimed by Weibo. They do have the Herald. TT would have really liked to have that Herald. If they could have gone with that fight plus the Herald, that changes a lot, I think. So we said they needed a skirmish to get gold where it wasn't currently. Driving into the mid lane turret. Leona taking up that mantle. Ooh, good flick back. Be some damage there. Tien over the wall. Has Impale. Can ride through it. And they maybe go for something as the tower dives. Stunned out of it. Impale and 5s are not able to lock up Feather beyond that point. They get themselves the tower for free. That Herald. Oh, TT would have wished they had that. Hoyer on the sideline. Very far behind. This Jace versus Gnar matchup has just not been what TT have wanted. Hoyer does take down that tower. Is getting some threaded volleys thrown at him. Breathe is here as well. Mega Gnar's coming up, but this is just going to be a slow death. Flick back, clears out half a wave. Dies to breathe. So while he gets that out of turret, does give the gold back, so the gold advantage remains exactly the same as what it was, about 1.2k. Seta pushing in the top side. No teleport pull just yet. Xiaohu could go up there, but may be afraid of the larger collapse coming onto their weak side of the map, and indeed he would have been correct to do that. Beitran was there. Gold share between Galio and Nefiri. Was a really Giga Chad move from Tien to just stand there, smite, and then fantastic. That's the regional. That's the regular season Tien, I know. BLG needs to surprise bunch. I did talk about that earlier. And then not field him. It would be maximal drama. That's fantastic. I hadn't thought about that. You know, I did say we got to up our drama game. Does make a lot of sense now, huh? Give us 3 games? I don't know if we're going to get that. I don't know if we're going to get that. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Nico. Is that Galio? Is that Galio's voice lines, right? I thought it was Atakan for a second. I thought, what the hell? Maybe it is Atakan. Has everyone played the Demon's Hand game, by the way? In the client? I really enjoyed it. League of Balatro, but with some really cool lore drops. I thought it was very good. Balatro just won a BAFTA award the other day, too. For reasons which I'm unsure of. Instead of the actual guy that made Balatro, it was the voice actor, wasn't McCall that did Clive. That picked up the award instead. Atakan, the ruinous variety available. Beichuan getting some camp steals on the top side of the map. Weibo will need to do the same on the other. 1xn getting himself a red buff. There's a lot of eggs in the Tristana basket. Like, a lot. I'm having trouble to see who exactly is going to int from Weibo. Let me think. I think this game is really hard to... Unless you're caught out in side lanes and caught out before the fight is set up, I think it's really hard for Weibo to lose in 5v5s. Especially from ahead of the game. Dragon advantage. No grubs against them. This game has to be some crazy combos from Beichuan and 1xn. They have to do so much. The Gnar is not going to help that much. Hoyer is very far behind. Ooh, Beichuan needs to be a little careful there. A lot of the iconic Ezreal games in LPL features the Korean ADC. The thing is, back in the day, it always used to be Korean Ezreal, right? With Prey, Deft, Bang, Piglet as well. All of them were the godlike Ezreals at first. Chinese Ezreal has become a crazy thing in recent years, but honestly, a lot of the time it was about the Korean ones for a long time. Weibo. Setting up for the dragon in a minute. Hung needs to be careful, actually. I think Hung is the kind of guy that could get caught out in some points. Atakan being started up. And Hung using the Leona to say, look, I'm going to stand up in this tri-brush and stop TT getting a good angle. And this is going to go down for free. TT not in position to contest. It'll go down. Do they get all of the flowers? That's, of course, one of the big prizes with it. Yes, they will. That's a lot of value now, then. The extra adaptive force, the extra XP will help. Talia Wall coming over, and that has separated out the team. Breathe jumped on, and the Galio ult's here, and he will get knocked up. Beitron needs to get more damage down, and they only really get half the HP. 1xN jumping forwards, and Hung has to go backwards. He could be in a bit of trouble right now. Meganar is up and available, and Feather goes in, but can't combo up with the Gnar. It's a little disconnected. All of the big pieces, except the Meganar, used, but no real killer blow landed. Tien, the last front line. Hoya goes forwards, but doesn't catch light. The Kaiser is free hitting, but 1xN has damage. Buster shot comes through, but he jumps through the minefield. 1xN, no! The damage is down. Beitron left to try and carry alone, but the health bars are just too high. The Kaiser ult cleans up, and Weibo somehow outplay all of the big engage tools as TT fail to thread together their engage. You can see some... Oh, you can see some of the body language from the cameras of TT. Yeah, I think they know they just messed that up. How much was spent onto Breathe at the start of that fight to not get anything big? How much was spent trying to close down the plays? I don't know. I don't know. It feels like it is low value there from TT. Couldn't really get a wombo together. It was more of a ombo, not combo. You know, Talia forced the issue a little bit. Hoya bopped back. Galio gets a decent combo here. I think Setup does an okay job, but you know, when you're firing into the Skarner, you're not getting onto the carries. But you know, you've used the Galio ult, you've used the Galio flash, Feather goes in and there's no follow-up. Hoya is so late to the play because the Talia wall bopping him over there. And then he only gets the Leona. Look how low these health bars get. If you catch one other person, think about the resets you could have gotten. 1xN outplayed by the minefield. Maybe you should have actually just flashed forward instead. I actually wonder in this kind of fight, you flash forward to not go through the E of the Talia. Oh, awkward. I don't really think anyone from TT played that particularly well. Setup, maybe. I think Setup's maybe immune to that. He has himself the Rift Maker. He's still 2,000 gold behind. I mean, you're a Galio. You're giving your side lane farm up to the Tristana, really. He said, look, I've got my 2 items. Tristana, you need to get gold. I think the idea to hard engage on Breathe is smart. I agree with that. Yep, but you need to actually pin him into the Galio ult and you need to perma-keep him in place. This is the problem with a Shojin or a Black Cleaver Jace instead of the lethality. He has too much HP to one-shot a lot of the time, especially with Grasp as well. 1xN getting demolished by clear every time. Hung goes in, but he, even in a 1v4, has enough HP to get out, and Feather does not. Beitron going in with Satap, and Tien is caught out. But I just don't think the Skarner is the target. Why is the Skarner your target? There's still a Kaiser ult, by the way. Hoya hiding in the brush. Has ult, has no flash. It just ends up being 1 for none. Get the flash away from Leona, but that's it. Hoya looking to jump forwards, but no ult on Beitron. No follow-up from him. TT can't get through the front line. They can't get through the front line. They can't get through the bloody minefield. With Talia with so much gold, it makes it so hard to play around these fringes. Baron getting put down. Beitron might be able to look for a steal. Under half HP. Baron leashed. Then they stay on it. Hang on a second. Wait, but guys, you need to be careful. Guys, you need to be careful here. Beitron has his W to remain in place. Tien might go for a smite himself. The wall comes through. Beitron is low HP, and it's Talia, which solves the Baron problem. Light goes flying in. A 1xN becomes a 0xN. Setup, no damage left. I think Weibo made it a little bit difficult for themselves, but hey, they'll take it away. TT, they have failed their team fights. They briefly think they can leash the Baron, but all they do is hand their leash over to Weibo, and they dog walk them and the Fury back to their base. Hoya will go down. He's had an awful game. 3k down, blind picking the Gnar, knowing that the Jace was going to come through. Failing to get value out of it. TT, this has not been a good day from them. Last split, they looked like they were pinning together some really good pieces of aggressive team compositions. But it's struggled to go forwards from there. I think Beitron needs to be on an initiating pick, so the other players that are struggling with it, your Hoyas, your Setups, your Feathers, can instead follow up. I don't think this is the wrong idea to leash this. I actually don't. I think if you flip this and you get out, you get the Baron, maybe you can stabilize until you get 3-4 items onto Tristana, and maybe you can play again. W from Kaiser lands onto Beitron. Smite, kind of panicked there from Beitron. Doesn't actually get it down before he dies, thinking about it. And as happens, you know, everyone ends up dying anyway. Even if they'd secured it, they would have given up the team fight, and that still wouldn't have been great. BLG getting hit by so much poke is a big problem there. You can't play with a half HP Nefiri. Nefiri needs to be a big part of your combo too. Struggle to do so. Everyone's struggling into the Talia. Tien's you're going to walk forward. Tien maybe gets onto 1xN. Has a cleanse, has a flash, has a buster shot. Will he be forced to use any of them? Remember, if he gets hit by the Impale and then the buster shot comes through, he's going flying back with them. So 1xN really wants to be careful about that. Uses the cleanse and gets out. Nefiri split pushing top lane, actually. Is he close to a third item? Maybe. Mid turret felled. We're very close to ending out this game, honestly. Ooh, ult coming through from Beitron, getting on to Light has Flash, has ult, and has way more HP than Beitron can deal with. Feather starting to burn, and Weibo, after taking down one of the damage counterparts, support as well, a flash out its lair. There are no tools left from them. A flick backwards will pull TT even further away from where they need to be. 1xN left alive, but this Tristana can do so little against Weibo. Triple kill for Xiao, who has had an excellent day. MVP in game 1, a surefire for MVP in game 2, with a 12 kill Talia. Someone told Xiao Hu it's spring. The Spring Emperor returns, and Weibo go 2-0. Wasn't even close, was it? What's the most kills in an LPL game 1? I don't know about that one, but Blade, I don't know. We did have a game which had 2 kills a minute from Weibo versus BLG in Summer Upper Bracket Finals last year. I think it was game 3. Munchables and I cast it, and it was one of the weird. Most for one player in a single game? Oh, like 20 or something. Okay, I need to get myself a drink, folks. I will get hydrated self up here, I will do. Well, thank you everyone for stopping by. It's our first series of the day, and I guess we'll see what happens with the second one. Of course, BLG versus Anyone's Legend, huge series, huge series. Might be Bo versus IG. There was a game when both the Shy and Rookie were trying to gig it in hard. Oh, was it one of Bo's FPX first games? That was kind of incredible, its first split, actually. He was a very good, yeah, at that point. Happy for you, Zodiac. By the way, in Twitch chat, we try not to talk about betting stuff, just because a lot of bettors come in and they kind of ruin the atmosphere of the chat. At last, thank you for the 5 gift bomb. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, obviously we have a YouTube. There's the Onivia chat. You can go chat in if you want to talk about that as well. But yeah, thank you so much for those. Right, I need to get myself a drink. Ugh.
Nymaera again with just some gold content.
Oh, the shards? Oh, hang on. Sorry, you mean like in the channel points? That's different. Sorry, I thought when you say 4K, I'm like... questionable. Okay, I mean, I think TT's draft was not great, folks. I think TT's draft was very exploitable. I think that their skirmishes and their team... This will end now, by the way. I know it's annoying when it goes on for forever. But, yeah, I think that realistically, I look at TT and I don't see that same coherent engage pattern where they had like the Viambessa Kai'Sa in split 1. I thought that was very, very good for them, right? This feels like it is less coherent for them, much less coherent. Okay, right, I'm gonna get myself a drink real quick. I'm gonna leave you, the highlights will come up soon, so that'll be fine. Do I run adverts now? I will run some adverts now, just so it doesn't come over for pre-roll for other people, and hopefully that won't cut into too much of the highlight time. And we'll wait for our second series of the day. Thanks for being around, Blade, appreciate it. Sam not come back with the drinks? No, not yet, but also like coffee is not always hydrating, you know? Okay, I'm gonna leave it this world. I'm gonna go take a quick break, and I'll be back. Was it Talir MVP? I'm gonna guess it was Talir MVP. Okay. Hello, I'm back. I have a coffee waiting on the other room, and we have a little while until we get BLG versus AL, which is of course that big matchup of the day. Oh, there's an interview. I'll let the interview play. I don't have to
Tap 拿下本场的胜利。我们为大家采访到的是打野选手小天，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的打野天。
欢迎小天，哇，今天 WBG 状态真的不得不说太火热了啊！怎么样，对自己和队伍的表现还满意吗？
今天大家感觉玩的还挺集中的，然后失误也比较少，
真的是
打得非常好，
很开心了，预言表了酣畅淋漓的2场比赛了。其实前天我有采访到杰克嘛，他有说到他觉得 WBG 在资源团优势的时候抓机会能力很好，你怎么看呢？同时你觉得队伍在这个第2赛段这个版本之下打法风格是什么呢？
我们队伍的话，可能比赛的时候会比较稳健一些吧，然后感觉杰克是他们队滔博是全方面都很强的队伍。
哦，所以自己也要更加精进一些。今天确实我觉得各方面做的都是很好的啊，而且今天这场来说比较特别的一点是，小天时隔多日再次出战我们的 solo 赛。你知道吗？在今天比赛之前，看到很多观众留言说，冲着今天这场 solo 就必须要看这场比赛。今天有没有说在比赛之前特别准备练练手呢？
我今天打之前，我以为对面会让中路来 solo， 然后感觉我能赢，然后但是今天进展的过程其实一开始还蛮顺利的，但是一优势了之后拆那个塔的时候，总有人在我旁边恶魔低语，然后我就一直没有回家，然后我的基地就爆了，感觉。
我刚刚有在台下也有听到小天在聊天啊，可以透露一下当时是为什么没有回塔吗？回家吗？
一个人说感觉能拆掉，一个人说拆2层回家。
好吧，所以还是得自己专注的打，但是没关系，好在结果还是好的，没有影响啊。那当然也聊聊，因为 solo 赛你是拿出了这个当下版本，包括rank局里很受欢迎的约里克。那在25.07版本呢，约里克是攻击上限有提高，但是普攻对于这个野怪的伤害有削弱，所以这边想请教我们的小亮老师了。那你觉得在这个路人 rank 局里当中，约里克的强度打野位如何呢？同时有没有什么操作小技巧分享给我们呢？
其实我玩的也不多，然后感觉这个英雄如果要去走打野的话，就是要一直发育，然后可能他成装之后战斗力会比较强吧。
所以这个我们也是今天要好好学习一下了，下去可以好好的用一用啊。那也聊一下这个今天的比赛，第1场看到你们拿出一套非常强势的冲阵阵容，3个冲脸英雄，一打起团战来说，真的对手有一点毫无招架之力啊。所以今天正对对面选出这样一套阵容是怎么考量的呢？
这种阵容可能我们比较擅长，然后对面的阵容也没有说就是防开团那么强，所以我们可能打得比较顺利。
第1局确实是摧枯拉朽之势啊。那第2局看到最致命的一波23分钟打完厄塔汗之后，其实当时本身队伍都是残血的状态，并且是被对方追击的情况下反而打出了一个团灭。那一波可不可以给我们还原一下细节呢？
当时感觉那波团好像一开始大家也没有打得特别好，然后最后拉扯着就赢了，然后感觉大家拉扯得挺好的。我们那个阵容可能手比较长。
手比较长也是利用了一个阵容的一个强势，包括队伍的一个非常团结的一个凝聚力了啊。那今天我觉得非常值得一提的是，这个小虎选手状态非常火热啊，2局 OP 选手2连 MVP， 怎么评价他今天的表现呢？
小虎今天打得确实很好，然后看得出来也很集中。
那今天所有的包括 WBG 的选手，我觉得都是发挥非常的可圈可点的，也希望你们在后面的比赛保持住今天的状态。后天马上还有另外1场比赛，也请继续加油好吗？好，也谢谢小天接受我们的赛后采访。那么接下来时间一同来关注一下本场比赛的 Spotlight。
建模漏了，建模漏了，我们知道我在。
厄塔汗位置会很好。
他一到坑里可以看，你们注意看这建模，他一进去了。
看一下，
龙坑里。
上面包。
AD 小心。
位置要慢点。
他会在 E 下去的。
我直接先打他了，好，这样就结束。慢慢。
这边这 AD 没闪，
可以打。我可以跟。
打脸上的辅助没闪了，打脸上的。
建模在红 buff， 建模在红 buff。
招信，可以。
招信没闪，我2秒连。
瑞子也可以注意看一下。
瑞子。
我在扛。 拼了。
nice，
对吧？
剑魔在那个 F6。
二塔汉可以不着急，感觉。
不急。
先把小龙打了。闪瑞有闪瑞。
我走了。
好，下跑。
直接开我。哎，瑞尔没打。看一下后边狗。看狗。狗送了。辅助没闪
了，瑞尔没闪。
可以往前肿，来。我继续。
AD 没闪。
加料没 E 了，交闪了加料。打脸上。那没打，还有闪的呢。小包。
I should figure out something to do during the break.
Nice。
我把你炸死了。
来，后退中。这把好能 K 啊！我 K 了好多头。
这把终于你还是被我弄死了。
谁？
没事啊，我跟你上一起来开业，他我必死的。
Nice，
好稳健的一把。
Goodbye, Jana. Subway Surfers? I guess I could go back to doing something like Poke Rogue. Haven't done that in a while. This is TFT, Johnny, yeah. That's a cool track. Oh, we're back as well then, folks, aren't we? Is it me or has the feed just got louder? The feed definitely just got louder. Oh, maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm actually just gaslighting myself. I can do German homework? Maybe I could. Maybe that's the play. Legit, maybe that's the play. Oh god. Chat will definitely not mislead you. Maybe not. Well, I don't know. Do I trust you, chat? Maybe I do today. Donde está el Arbeitsbuch? The problem is, there are so many random phrases I speak in Spanish from... I spent about 5 years learning Spanish. I watched way too much anime, and I did actually pick up a bit of the language there too. So I speak, like, very, very scarce Spanish. Well, no, Spanish I did actually remember more. I've forgotten it now. It means that when I think in my mind I'm not speaking English, it just, like, rolls the dice between 3 different languages now. Du kannst uns vertrauen. That's something about the truth, right? You can trust us? Trust us, that's it. I knew it. I made my way there eventually. Okay, folks, obviously this is an important game. We'll do the pre-game for this as well. But yeah, BLG AL, I think... I mean, this is a great matchup again, much like the IG match the other day, which AL completely demolished. IG... and BLG, I think, have better individual pieces than anyone's Legend, I think, definitely at peak, right? I think that when you have Bin and you have Knight playing on form, no one matches them in the LPL. Anyone's Legend have the best strategy in the LPL. Their lane assignments are slick. They understand how to get the most out of their matchups and avoid the worst stuff too. Given how they demolished IG... Oh, Kyle is looking so damn good too. If On has a good series, I think BLG win. If Kyle has a good series and On doesn't, this is a 2-0 for anyone's Legend. Tabe, of course, used to coach BLG. I don't know if Tabe's ever managed to coach Knight, by the way. He ended up leaving BLG just before Knight joined. Your German is peak, I can trust you. Kyle, I think, has been the real star. I think this support matchup is exactly what I think too. It's really cool when the broadcast, which I have no communication with, the Chinese side of it, thinks the same as I do. And On versus Kyle is the main matchup. I think Kyle is the best support within LPL. And I don't think it's actually that close. I think that he's fantastic. Tabe said in an interview that it would be his dream to coach Knight. Yeah, I seem to remember. In fact, I think I was basically paraphrasing what you said earlier in one of the chats. So this is a support pool. Are these all of the champions they've played? Are they completely the same? Have they played anything else? Interesting. Yeah, but I think support matchup is so crucial because I think On has been inconsistent. That's been one of the most notable things about the player. It's the on-off switch. That's true, Mecha, as well. I think the mechanics of Anyone's Legend were better versus Invictus Gaming than I thought as well. Than I thought they might be. However, I think you do have to... It's this phrase which Sam uses a lot. You must be this tall to ride the LPL roller coaster. Or in the international roller coaster or whatever. When you're facing up against BLG, you must have a certain level of laning press. Anyway, we'll hear from Wei and the other players.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访到的是 BLG 的星际魅族的威，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的叶威。
欢迎小威。目前为止啊 ，BLG 在组内赛的2场比赛，可以说都没有太大压力，拿下了胜利啊。那来到强对决的登峰组，小威觉得你们的优势展现在哪些方面呢？
我觉得我们队里的选手都是一些经验比较丰富的选手吧，然后操作也非常好。
确实。那接下来待会儿要对阵到 AL 战队，其实从第一赛段以来，他们表现也一直非常不错嘛。你们2支战队也是很久没有交手了，最近有对他们做什么研究吗？
我觉得 AL 就是他们非常有纪律性嘛，玩游戏。然后我觉得应对他们的话，就是我们就好好配合，发挥好的话就行。
也是给我们2支战队都选手都加油了，期待你们的表现了，也谢谢小威。好的，接下来为大家采访到的是 AL 战队的 Tarzan， 先跟大家。
Hi Tarzan。大家好，我是 AL 打野 Tarzan。
欢迎 Tarzan。上一场的胜利，相信也是给整个队伍提升了不少士气啊。Tarzan 的这个 W 闪照性的操作也是让我们历历在目。目前 AL 是1胜1负的成绩。Tarzan 觉得自己队伍最近的状态和手感如何呢？
现在我们队伍状态的话也还行吧，然后也一直在进步吧。
那接下来要面对到的 BLG 战队，无疑是登峰组最强劲的对手之一了。那面对他们，你觉得队伍需要比平时更加着重注意在哪些方面呢？
面对 BLG 的话，他们是一个强队嘛，所以前期要多注意吧。他们前期做的事情也挺多吧。我们也注意他们打前期。
着重在前期的一个经济和兑现上面。那我们也是期待双方的一个表现了。我们待会儿见。
Anything fun from those interviews there that anyone picked up? Of course, both junglers very notable in their time here. Wei, I think, been on the downswing. I don't know if Wei was expected to be the starter for BLG coming into this year, but then obviously stuff happened with Shun in the off season. He was kicked basically, and yeah, his Chinese is actually kind of nice and more understandable than some Chinese players. There are a lot of very Chinese accents though, aren't there? Because it's such a huge country. A lot of different cultures wrapped up into the Chinese diaspora. Well, I mean, there are a bunch of... Yeah, so many different regions of China, right? Tarzan says they think BLG are notable for their early game mechanics. Wei says they think notable for their disciplined decision-making. Exactly what I thought as well. Exactly what I thought as well. That's very cool. So, the players, the Chinese broadcast, and I are all aligned. If there's any evidence you need to say, oh, is this Nymaera dude actually okay at analyzing the LPL? I think that's one of them. The rest is very standard stuff. That tends to be, oh, we practice hard and we'll work well and we'll fight our hardest and stuff like that. And we'll see them on our screens now. Over to the Shanghai stage as we welcome on our teams. Kyle is good, but Nightbin and Elk are Nightbin and Elk. Hey, I mean, I think Elk has sometimes benefited a lot from the fact that he has Nightbin on his team, but Elk is also fantastic. Obviously, his Ezreal was absolutely insane the other day. Our finalists and our most recent tyrants of the LPL, BLG face-off. Here comes BLG.
野威，中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。
辅助。It's a fun word to say. BLG obviously picking up a lot of fans over time for personalities like Bin. On has also been very popular too for his looks, I believe. Flandre, world champion, Tarzan. Stalwart here in the LPL, one of our most legendary junglers. Shanks more recently onto the stage. Hope and Kyle, they have been an absolute revelation here though. They've been good before, but now they are genuinely some of the best in class in LPL. I think a lot of people forget about Hope. Some people forget about Kyle for his time in the LCK too. Anyone's legend, really a strategist dream team. Having Tabe behind them makes such a difference too.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第4日的第2场比赛，由 BLG 星际魅族对阵 AL 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Like Mecha always says, Elk is just a DPS machine. Hey, he's pretty good in laning phase too. I think that Elk is definitely one of those players I still do have questions about though, right? Because he is also no stranger to inconsistency. If AL make it to internationals, it will be awesome. I think that I would love to see them. They're a very different flavor of team from the LPL from what we've seen in recent years. Very focused around jungle support movements, around strategy, around decision making. We don't see that many teams like that in the LPL. Not to this level, anyway. Well, we'll get ourselves our 1v1 soon. I didn't see who it was. Probably has been posted at some point. Ah, no, I have seen it. Knight and Flandre. Suppose that answers the question about, can you reuse players for 1v1s? Of course you can, but yeah. Hey, Foxy, good to see you. 1v1 champion select. Yorick banned. Worth noting, Yorick did get some buffs on the recent patch, so he's actually very strong right now. Corki banned. Jace still up and available. Gwen too. Gwen, Jace, Garen for Knight. Do we still have the Pangu Garen? There's a little smile on the face. I wonder what he's locking in. I do have a BLG Knight thing somewhere. Oh, Gwen for both of them. Flandre is also a huge Gwen player, of course. Was very good on the Gwen in the first in the group stage and the placement stage. Jace locked in instead of that though. Hover the Gwen knows it's up and available. Knows that maybe Flandre goes towards it. Knight is an incredible Jace player. For those of you who missed his 2023 games on JDG, go back and watch some of them. High midding it for Flandre. So passing up the Jace, passing up the Gwen. Remember, you can mirror pick. Would you say it's a good idea to choose random players for both teams for the 1 versus 1? No, I think you should always be able to elect your player for the 1v1. Now, if it's always the same player, I think it's a bit boring. I think it's good to have multiple people in. Show some different people and show their skills. Hey, Javik. Just in the crowd there again. Is it blind pick? It's 3 bans into blind pick, yes. So each player does not see the matchup until they see the lock-ins. And then I think you do get a chance to change your runes once you see that. I think, anyway. Oh, maybe you don't. Maybe that's why Tien took Grasp earlier. Maybe he thought he was going to go into a melee pick. Maybe he thought he'd be against Gwen or something like that. Ah, maybe you don't get to see that then. On to the Howling Abyss we go. Shock Blast missing first. Ooh, is that desynced sound? I might need to reload that. No, it's okay for now. Cool. Alright. Ooh, first 2 Shock Blasts missing. Heimerdinger has movement speed towards his turrets, and Flandre is using that well to dodge out and skill shots. Gets another Scorch proc down. Especially in early game, that means an awful lot, of course. Knight not going for that. Has the Electrocute, and it has the Flash and the Ignites. Doesn't get hit by that beam from the tower. Good dodge out there. Needed to be a good dodge. I think he gets hit by another skill shot. He's in his big doo-doo. Uses his Hypercharge to get through one of those turrets. Wants to make sure that Flandre doesn't have all of the ammunition in the world for his turrets. The charges of them. Why are they playing ARAM? Because this is a 1v1 for side selection. Winner of this gets side select for their team. For the first game. And then after that, the loser in the series of a game chooses the game afterwards. Often what that means is that 3-game series, everyone picks blue side. And then the team which had the side select at the start gets a bonus from it, basically. Flandre getting hyper push in hit. Knight not able to... I was about to say hadn't been able to get Shock Blast, but that was good damage to ping it off the minion. Flandre tries to dip behind it, gets eaten up by the... hit by the AoE anyway. Is there going to be Ignite to deny the heal? No. Sometimes you do see that. Less likely to happen here, of course, because it's, you know, a little too early into it. Double door and starts for both players. Flandre will back eventually for Leandri's, of course. Though it has perma push for now. Wants to get a... Ooh, very close there from Knight getting the splash damage onto Flandre. See, Knight just trying to... In the way that Jace does, you know, tries to make sure that he can just kind of get some of these towers down, but use the AoE of his abilities to just catch Flandre behind them if possible. There's no big advantage for Jace hitting level 6 because you don't get an ultimate. That's so cool. Why doesn't this happen in LCK? I would love to see this in LCK too. The 1v1 to LCK players, that'd be awesome. We see it in we saw it in PCS and VCS first last year, who did it for... I think VCS did it for game 3, PCS did it for game 1 in their best of 3s. Worth noting that in LPL playoffs, we now use it for game 5 of side selects now. I'm pretty sure. Which is kind of insane. It means you don't have to waste time on it for some of the other ones, and it feels like it doesn't competitively affect other games, you know, other series in an unfortunate way. They smile a lot while playing. They do in the 1v1s, and, you know, it's not the end of the world if you lose the 1v1. If you're the better team, you'll win the series. Often you use these to just loosen up the mechanics a little bit. Ooh, gets the Ignite so the heal doesn't come down that badly. Big Bertha gets put down. The turret does a bit of damage. Ignite used from Knight. Denies some of that heal from the Flandre. Imagine if he hadn't ignited. Flandre would have such a big XP advantage now. And with the barrier and the Ignite, Flandre retains a bit of an advantage. Will be forced to back, though. Well, I think Knight does actually get a slight extra bit of gold because the towers do give you 5 per pop. He'll clear out one next wave, I suppose. He needs to kill the cannon. You can't ever kind of like leave the cannon to waste. Really good quick wave clear. Recalls in. And that means that Flandre has backed on 48 CS on 3,800 gold. Knight gets to back on 4,100 gold on 7 more CS. So his first back of the game will be better than Flandre's. It means he gets a full more of Malmortius. That's why backing on certain CS numbers, because you know they're the same in CS right now, right? But Knight has spent more gold, so he's more powerful. Flandre actually at this point does need to be a bit careful. We'll see whether he respects the item breakpoint from Knight. If Knight pops out of a brush before Flandre can press tab and see the items, I wonder if he gets spooked. I wonder if he gets spooked. He wasn't seen going into this brush. Can Knight stop the recall? Yes, he can. What's he doing now? Does he full push the wave, knowing that the recall comes in? Flandre knows he can't fight on this wave. He goes for the recall now because he does actually end up respecting the difference in timing. That'll push in another wave. Jace wave clear so goddamn strong. But the turrets actually delay the wave hitting in a little bit. Maybe Knight disrespecting that a little. Ooh, does he get himself the hypercharger onto the tower? No, he doesn't. Now he's the one... Well, he already has his first item completion, so it doesn't matter as much now that he's out onto the lane. While Flandre spent a little bit more gold, because it's not item breakpoint to no item breakpoint. Electrocute trades of the Jace, obviously. Don't see them that often, but once he does get Electrocute, it's an insane amount of damage. Knight, if he can land a Shock Blast now, like that, he's fishing for them. Will put Heimerdinger into a 100 to 0 kind of point. Plays 3 things again. Flandre has a couple of turrets down. Has the Conquer, of course. His auto attacks and his towers stack it up a little differently. Ooh, gets the Ignite in, means he gets the vision through the brush. Big turret goes down, and even with the Maw, that causes some issues, and that'll be Knight going down. Disrespected the giant turret going down. Bertha claims a kill, and actually Flandre might be able to get himself a full tower kill here. Oh, this is a problem. I think Knight loses the full tower. Genuinely, Heimerdinger, if he puts down a turret, oh, he doesn't have it for another 7 seconds. If he had a tower to buy an extra turret shot. Ooh, that could have been different. Flandre outplays in the 1v1. That being said, though, we'd need 2 kills to finish the game, of course. Now we've got the Ring of Fire spawning soon. Knight can still win. Only needs a single kill if it happens once that Ring of Fire has come through. So what's Knight's plan here? Doesn't have Merc Treads. Some armor on the other side now from the Tabby. Oh, and we get the theme music as well. Let's go. Trying to claim the extra heal. Just make sure that Flandre can't play around that. Oh, gets the extra bonus from the picking up the heal as well. You get a small attack speed bonus after this final tick comes through. Knight doesn't have his Maw shield, worth noting. That's on cooldown. He needs to hit this next Shock Blast, I think. If he hits that, gets another cooldown of it, I think he can play it. Flandre doesn't have his ult either. Ah, maybe Knight was fighting before to make sure that that ult wasn't available, but it's going to be up in 10 seconds or so. Knight, you have to go in before that ult comes in. Surely hits one Shock Blast, but it's coming up in the next 5 seconds. Flandre will have it for the fight now. Maw comes in. Can he punt him out of the Ring of Fire? That's another big play he can make as well. Use that knockback. Get some extra fire damage into Flandre, who of course doesn't have flash. Can use the Shock Blast to scout out a little bit. Wave comes through. Misses the Shock Blast. Flandre, it's the Leandri's burning. You can put down that tower in the center of the ring. That's exactly what he does. Knight won't have the damage for this. It is a beam attack coming through. Can he punt him out? Yes, he can! No fire damage needed. Knight wins the 1v1 by killing him in the Ring of Fire. I hadn't even thought of a bigger lore matchup. Damn, Jace. Killing his mentor like that. How could you? And you know what? I've actually just realized I can up the volume. I think what might have happened is I think Sam might have changed the volume yesterday. Turn up a little bit there. That'll make it easier. Why didn't I do that before? I'm not gonna like this, but what? What? What have I done? What? What have I done? What? What, Angie? Please. What? Just spooking me. Oh, posture check. Oh, okay, goddamn. You actually worried me for a second there. I will posture check. I can do that. I was sat like a shrimp for a while. Well, okay. So, BLG have side select for the first game. No, Flandre didn't win. What's the benefit of winning the 1v1? You win side select for the first game of the series. The games after that are determined by the loser of the game before it. So if BLG were to win, take this first game, and AL were to lose, AL would get get side selection for game 2, and so on. So what is, say for instance, if blue side wins every game, BLG will win, because they would get blue side, lose on red side, and then win on blue side for the last game. Particularly in a blue side favored meta, the 1v1 does have importance. I will get Hydrated as well, thank you, Zareth. And I did think, oh, you did redeem the roast earlier as well. I need to think about that as well. Sorry, I will keep thinking about that. Sorry, I've been a bit distracted today. And into draft we go. So Jace available, Neferi, Skarner. A couple of our choice bot laners as well. Kalista. Really living up a lot of the OPs. Vi taken away. What's the play, huh? Do you give Neferi over to Tarzan? Looks terrifying on that. You pick the Skarner. More fair weather. Allows you to play towards enabling your lanes, whereas your lanes have to enable Neferi on the other side. I think you'd lock Neferi for Tarzan here. Neferi feels good into Skarner on the whole. Does have very good tank damage, can avoid the Impale with the W. Skarner does take a little while to get going. For sure it does, but he can also, you know, a 1 item, I think he's stronger than the Neferi. Neferi needs 2 items to get more scary, really. Talia for Shanks. And what shall that be paired with? Jace of Flandre is not a bad start. They don't have to lock the Neferi now. They can lock that on 3 if they think it's a better takeaway somewhere. Jace in the crowd, Jace in the draft. Where's Victor when you need him? Ambessa. Ooh, we got all the arcane stuff coming in here now. And Knight goes for Ahri. Arguably his best champion of all time. And the best player of that champion in the world. No holds barred here from BLG. Knight's Ahri is a thing to behold. Not always the easiest into the Talia. I think into this comp, maybe the Rod of Ages does make sense. You can shrug off some of the poke and dive into the minefield and feel less good about it. Less bad about it, rather. Shinza for Tarzan gives some early pass. And not going for the Neferi. Worth noting, no Neferi. Playing towards tip of the spear, going forwards first, rather than Neferi that has to follow. Hard to play Neferi with these solo lanes. BLG, very strong in the early game. And Ambessa and Ahri can leverage that like nothing else. Nico Callista, lane dominance banned away from Elkin on. There's still Ashe Braum if you want to go towards that. Ezreal. Rel. Corki banned by BLG. Nymaera gets instantly enthusiastic with Ahri. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Anyone's Legend will dismantle them? Hey, well, we'll see. Ashe banned away by BLG. Well, Anyone's Legend do lack some engage themselves. If they lock the Kai'Sa... What do you go as Elkanon? What do you go? Long range from Anyone's Legend. Compared to the double melee top jungle BLG, the Jace adds extra range for Anyone's Legend. If you go for the Xayah, you feel... Well, Xayah or Ezreal feel like they're relatively safe. Miss Fortune very lane dominant. Has the Bloodthirster to shrug off poke as well. I actually don't mind the Miss Fortune. I think that's quite valuable. Alistar can press ult and, of course, ignore the Talia and a bunch of other things too. And is also arguably On's best champion. Does open up Kyle to go towards a Poppy, which could be scary. He's incredibly good on that pick. So, Elk, what do you go for? Something long range, presumably. Something that can fight early, has some lane dominance. Jhin, Ezreal, MF. All of them seem good to me. Not really sure about the obsession with the Tristana into the Kai'Sa. Maybe it's just happened in scrims this week. 1XM played it earlier. Tristana came onto the field earlier today. You have to jump through the Talia minefield. However, if you catch people out in rotation, if you catch someone out in a laning phase, Tristana jumps them and does unreal damage. Kai'Sa is not good in lane versus the Tristana. They're fine. Tristana gets the survive lane, Kai'Sa gets the survive lane, and then it's about how you play it out in mid to late game instead. Kyle, what do you do now? You can't... Well, could have maybe gone for the Poppy anyway. Goes for the Nautilus for the Kai'Sa Nautilus combination. Anyone's Legend, good range. Talia, Jace, Kai'Sa, all bringing some of that to the table. BLG, very quick ability to pounce. If you misstep, jump in from Ambessa, Ahri, and Tristana. If Skarner catches someone, Alistar catches someone, they're instantly dead. Anyone's Legend are not allowed to make mistakes. In their interview before the series, BLG's player Wei said that he admired... Well, he said that Anyone's Legend's strengths was their decision-making in mid and late game, but also their discipline. Anyone's Legend will have to showcase that. If you show a weakness, this composition from BLG will slap them hard. Knight picks up Ahri, my favorite player of the champion in the world. I have many millions of points on the Ahri. And this is the guy which I respect the most. Knight's best Ahri in the world, picking it out against The LPL finalists from last split, Anyone's Legend, they've come into a new era for themselves. Very excited to see Elk on a hyper carry as well. That Tristana has a lot of damage. We haven't seen hyper carries be that popular for a little while. And Knight locks in Faker's skin as well. On Faker's milestone as well over in the LCK. Hitting 1,000 games in the regional league. What a player and what a career he has had. Anyone's Legend, BLG. Top tier matchup here in the LPL. Let's get it. Alrighty. Game 1, BLG, Anyone's Legend. Early game. Very important here for both teams. BLG want to leverage their strength. Anyone's Legend, of course. Needing to overcome that. I think if they make it through to mid and late game, Taliyah has power. Their range has power from all of their lanes. They have their own pick potential too, of course. The Nautilus being able to throw a hook out of Fog of War. Ask yourselves in chat, whose team would you rather be playing as? You pick a champ, you pick a player, you pick a champion, you say, I think they're the happiest person in this game. You have the Taliyah versus 4 Dash champions. Has a Shinzao backing them up, they feel okay. Jace has good side matchups to at least play through. Kai'Sa can clean up, and we know how good Kai'Sa can be for Hope. Magical player of the champion, had a triple kill to win out the game against Invictus Gaming. But for me, I look at this draft as an Ahri, and I think there's everyone I can kill here. Level 1 very dangerous here, actually. Chance of a hook into a pulverize getting a little bit spooky. Ooh, single target Q, breaking that, going for the W start, Kyle, for the shield to walk up and auto attack the wave. But they have lost the level 2. And Elk got himself lethal tempo through that too. Hope and Kyle missing the mark a little bit, actually. And they'll lose control of the bot side. Push Earn for BLG. Headbutts to get the minion. Classy. Knight will be able to pick up farm, but doesn't manage to stop the ward coming through that. Way spotted on his side, bot side to top side. On the other side, though, we can see that Knight did the same maybe a wave earlier. Tarzan, who's also spotted, heading towards top side now. Pushing top lane, not going to be... Ooh, good double pulve. Not stopping around for that much, though. This is actually weirdly a poke trade from Alistar. Gets the aftershock, knows he can walk out. If the other team commits, you then have a level 2 Tristana who can then wail on them. You sometimes mind game them to the Alistar at that point to say, you will use your cooldowns on me, not on my AD carry. And that's a problem. Knight pushing in, wave early. We'll see what build he goes for. I actually think the Rod of Ages build has some value here. You have 2 other carries and you want to be able to survive the initial burst of Taliyah combos into Kai'Sa. Can be nasty. So actually, this kind of game, I don't mind the Rod of Ages. Gives you some more power to jump forwards and be an initiator. Well, of course, either way, though, the argument for builds on Ahri, Rod of Ages, or we just saw a Malignance from Faker as well over in the LCK, you have to match your playstyle to the build. If you're playing for a Lichbane, you must be using the movement speed and the auto attacks. If you're playing for a Rod of Ages, you must be using your HP as a resource. There's always the gold standard. Ahri doesn't have the stats as a luxury to overcome that. Been losing Fush in topside. Ambassador versus Jace Arcane matchup in a common pro one. But that doesn't matter because the jungler's on bot side. He doesn't mind being on weak side. What is the play? Flash in! Hope gets out of the CC combo though. Anon has no CC left. The bomb's going to land onto Hope, but it's not that much damage. Hulk flashes out of tower. 1 for 1. BLG will still take that trade. Kyle gonna get blocked away from the hook. AD carry being dead means that Hope is losing more farm. Elk doesn't get the kill though. Well, I guess neither does Hope. There's no difference there. Oh, hang on. Kyle can make a play here. Way stops the recall. Shank's coming down. He'll be able to go through here. Does he hook him out of the wall? That's the play, I think. Ooh, did the fun little wall cancel there. Flick back, and Wei has been caught. Kyle, wonderful play to stop Wei from getting back. Elk and Wei needed to reset. And from that, Shanks gets a kill unexpectedly. Knight looks at his jungler and goes, huh? At least metaphorically. Doesn't actually on the cameras. Don't want to make it seem like I'm saying that. Because what the hell? His lane opponent just got an extra kill. Initial combo from On is okay. But flashing for that, when there's no extra CC coming through, is a problem. Hooked out of the jump too. Elk didn't get the easy bomb extra damage there. Oh, and he didn't have enough mana maybe for his last W. Really, really well played from Kyle. This is why I'm calling Kyle the best support in the LPL right now. Thank you so much, Sam, for bringing me an extra coffee mid-cast as well. I'll be munching on that one. Early game's been interesting, Sam.
So has it?
It has, yeah. Kyle already making his mark, outplaying a dive. Yes, that was a 1-for-1. Then afterwards, stopping the recall of the Skarner, who was protecting the Tristana's recall and low HP, and then making sure that he could keep him around long enough that Shanks could get a kill. Kyle, this guy is the best support in the LPL, by far.
He's playing some really good League of Legends. I enjoyed watching him the other day. Glad to see him back on that similar form. How was the first series as well?
First series was a shellacking by Weibo over TT. TT struggling to find their form, really. I don't think they found their identity like they did in the first split, which is all about those aggressive dive combos, everyone pressing their go buttons at the same time. We do see Knight has gone back for the Dark Seal first item, going towards the Rod of Ages build with that Blast and Wand in inventory. Did say that's probably good, but have to match the playstyle to the build. That's always the gold standard. Shanks getting some good damage here. Of course, he got himself that first kill. Means that he's tided well over towards his Seraphs, which will be coming in ASAP. Grub's taken by BLG on top side, no contest. Dragon started by Tarzan, that'll go down. We asked that question earlier, and in fact, Wei said this in the interview earlier as well. No, Tarzan said this in an earlier interview. BLG play heavily through their early game. The early mechanics are insane. And it raised that question, can anyone's legend get through that? So far, looking good. Jace, you expect to win lane. That's doing fine. Getting that winning lane for Flandre on the priority top lane pick of that Jace does matter. Shanks is level 6 now. Could shadow top lane. Hex flash by On. Leads to nothing. Such a big question on the level of the support play coming into this series. On versus Kyle was my choice matchup for the series. And it was the Chinese broadcast as well. I think immediately you can see from the level of play by Kyle. And On trying to go for that combo into tower as well. You can see why that's so important. Flandre clearing minions under that top side tower. Level 6 hit by Wei. Hope no flash. Chance of something to happen there. Wei puts a ward over the wall. Was that a ward? No, just spots in towards the Raptors. AO will know he's there now. There is a good gold lead for Elk. We did say, hey, Elk on hyper carries. Good for them. You know, this is one of the things which I sometimes fall prey for. Especially when there's so many good players in a game like this and the draft's so interesting. I can talk. I can yap so much for every single player and what these picks kind of mean to them and their playstyle. You know, Wei was subbed out of last Worlds because his Skarner was bad. Honestly. Despite it being so broken, and we've learned how that is now, Wei, going back onto this champion, he's had some time to redeem himself, sure, but definitely not the champion which he's had the happiest memories on. Elk on champions like the Tristana, hyper carries, something which was his bread and butter a couple of years ago. When I think of Elk, I think of stuff like his Jinx, I think of stuff like his Aphelios, his Zyre as well. So good at those hyper carries, and Tristana falls into a bracket like that where, you know, the old saying about Reckless, when he jumps on Tristana, time stops for a second. Elk, one of those players which can just outplay in the late game. Not that Hope can't do that. Hope won an LPL title in the same other way. You see? So many things which you can yap about. Hook lands onto the Alistar. Not going to lead to that much, though. Tarzan has the level 6. That could be a problem. If he jumps forwards now, Hope can go follow up. There is a flash on Alistar. And I'll really need to flash away that, because if Tarzan got in range for a flash auto attack, the 3 Talon Strike knockup would have probably led to a kill. Hope could fly through. Things get difficult. So, flash burn, Buster Shot burned. Good play by Tarzan and Kyle. Support jungle map movement's working out well for them. And On, losing tools like this, being outplayed in the dive earlier, that's not a good sign for BLG. And this is why when I was asked earlier, what are my predictions for the series? What do you think is going to be where do you think the series is going to be decided? I pointed towards the support matchup and I said, Elk and On as a bot lane can be very, very deadly in 2v2, and they're typically very, very good when they get folks in their side of the map. But if things start going wrong for Elk and On, they tend to freefall. On, very good at the Alistar, but Kyle is so goddamn on everything right now. I think that AL have a chance. Kyle has flash, full bomb pop. Really good trade from Elk. Was worried that Kyle could flash forward and get a hook. Elk gets a good trade though. Close towards his Yuntel. For the health of the LPL, we need to see Anyone's Legend win versus BLG. Well, I also want to see... Look, if AAL win, I want them to win against a BLG that is looking great. I don't want it to be because On is off form, Elk is off form, and he can be. You know... Ooh! Going unstoppable in his ult. Bin had to do that to avoid the flick back. Was very worried about what would happen there. Ult blown very easily by Shanks. Shanks, of course, one of the... newer players to the upper... Well, I say compared to the others, one of the newer upper echelon players towards the LPL. In his first finals last split. But honestly been deserving of something like that for a while. Shanks has been great. Shanks has been great to see his growth as a player. He's been around for a number of years now. But both him and Cream really getting towards upper end of things. Top lane... No, Jason Ari down towards that bot side, so Dose solo lane is down there. No teleport for Flandre. Knight could back off, which is why Flandre wants to keep him in range and threaten to cancel. Does Ari want to come to this fight? 2 grubs taken. Do you really want to fight this? Bin comes up, no ult, remember, and On goes in. Till he comes through and Ari's teleporting. Remember, Jace doesn't have it. This would be a 4v5. Flandre not here. They disengage, knowing that's the case. So, maybe the gambit from Anyone's Legend was disengage and buy Flandre time alone on that tower. No one's answering him now. BLG don't get the fight. Anyone's Legend, I think they make the right strategic decision. It is their specialty. They say, look, they will teleport away. BLG always scrapping for a fight. Let's get some plates onto Flandre. He'll get himself towards his first item, likely to be that Shojin. 500 gold ahead of that individual matchup. I actually think Anyone's Legend very disciplined, the thing that we're looking for from there. To say, let's not buy into the early fight. BLG very strong at this point. Tristana close towards that first time. Once she gets that, they'll have to continue to show that skill. But gets some more gold over towards Flandre, who goes back for his own item. And he's happy. Dragon spawned. BLG 5 grubs. Now, that is a problem. They did give 5 grubs over to them. Need to show that their lane assignment is still good. On, no ult, remember. Used that in that last fight. Knight level 10. We'll have the XP advantage. Hang on a second. Ult comes through, and the charm misses because the wall charge pulls them out of it. But that is an awesome impale. Knight starts to reset. Can they really get much more done with this? There is a public execution available from Bin. Tarzan needs to flash away. Impale doing so much work after Way brought the target out of the charm. Awkward at the start, good at the end. No HP bars though to fight the dragon, and Anyone's Legend will claim the objective prize. Dark Seal stack for Knight. Not the most, but 1. Couple of AP, 4 of it. Dragon goes to the side of Anyone's Legend, they'll have 2 of that. Now, you know the win rate at first stand was... It was actually a very low win rate for chariot teams which took 4 or 5 grubs. It was high if you took 6, high if you took 1 or 2 to deny the full set. But at first stand, the teams that really were winning, as we see the charm missing there. If it landed onto Hope, it's a different question, I think. Triple Impale is so much work. Whew. Kyle starting a good fight, but, well, I don't know. Maybe Kyle choosing a poor fight to start there, actually. Questions. Knight has himself Inspiration Secretary, has the free-ass boots now. Knight, of course, so will eventually get that extra level from the Rod of Ages too. Support kill for Drake may be worth... I actually think it is worth for Anyone's Legend, getting that dragon. Again, they've denied the full set of grubs. They can get towards a Mountain Soul, be very powerful for them. It's just a powerful soul in general. Not the best game for a Mountain Soul, because they have less tanky members, and BLG have... Hang on, that's a lot of pings towards topside. Are warded out. On has flash and ult again. Flandre might want to get some extra poke here. Elk needs to be careful. Doesn't flash out, and Tarzan is around. He'll dash forwards. Elk needs to be very, very careful, but Buster shots out of the audacious charge. Elk plays that about as well as he could. Saves his flash. Knight able to use that 5 grubs on topside. Now that is a problem. Anyone's Legend do not want Knight's Ari of all champions and all players on that to make a difference. Knight, the reason why I call him the best Ari in the world is because he accelerates the game like no one else on this pick. Last year, he had 100% Medjai's buy rate on Ari. Every single game, he got fed enough to buy a Medjay's. He buys it most of the time, and I think he's one of the few players which has cottoned on to how goddamn powerful that item is. Medjay's, if you buy it, even when you're behind in the game, actually, especially when you're behind in the game, you get one good fight, suddenly you're back into it, in a way that no other item can get you. Need to see how BLG split the map. One of the biggest things about Anyone's Legends versus IG, and then IG versus BLG as well, was how cross maps were happening. If you get a team with multiple grubs, you need to be very quick on them. Oh, needs to be careful. Needs to be careful. Uses the barrier. Hope, does he have the flash? He can't use it, but he gets the kill anyway. Tristana goes down. Hope, no ult, does have the flash out. Teleport start to come through. Ult from Shanks, teleport coming in from Jace, and this is where Anyone's Legend pounce. Where's the rest of the team? Ari coming in, has flash, has ult, but can't clean up anything. Ambessa on the side, Bin could teleport behind them. Hope, massive play, pinging that W, but Elk, why were you there? Flash is late, have to flash the initial W. Didn't understand the danger. Elk caught out in rotation, caught out in mid lane. This is why I was worried about BLG and their bot lane. If their bot lane get pressured, if they fall behind, sometimes they don't have the wherewithal. That's the right word, right? To understand how much threat they're under and to deal with it appropriately. W pings on. You have to flash this, Elk. You have to flash it. W would have been too slow. You keep yourself in place. Hope gets 400 gold for that. God damn. Hope with the red buff kills him. The red buff kill. So close from Elk flashing out from that. He had to flash early. You have to flash early. Chooses not to. Still ahead in gold, but Hope getting gold onto his Kai'Sa, which he's done so much goddamn work on this split. Dangerous. Dangerous to BLG, who find themselves even slightly behind in gold. Herald started up. If they have five grubs. If they get the Herald, they'll be able to use that to blow open a section of the map. Ari teleporting into the play. Anyone's Legend, do they find an engage off of this? Shock Blast misses. Ari, flash, ult, Bin on the flank. Not the best position for Anyone's Legend. They want to take things from a single direction. And this time, they don't have someone winning in a side lane to benefit the fact that BLG teleported in and went heavily towards the objective. On, doesn't have ult just now, but has it this time. Tarzan caught out. His ult will buy time. On's trying to do the same. Public execution onto Kyle. Nautilus not getting the most value out of this, but the Ambessa is caught in the minefield. The Ari can't get anything done because BLG are caught out in the retreat from the Herald pit. Anyone's Legend quickly finding fights. Way wants to find a fight again though, maybe. Elk jumping in. Very nearly flicked back. This Talia ruling the last couple of fights, and BLG jungle support struggling to get value done. The Shinzao ultimate much more valuable than the Alistair there, as it felt like On wasn't expecting to get engaged onto. His ult was just coming off a cooldown. Can he get something onto Tarzan there? If he had him on vision, can maybe cut Charm Flashed. What happened here? They see the ward. You see the ward over the wall. Hex Splash onto Tarzan is very funny. Not that much to be done there. What happens here? Bin has flash. Doesn't use it. Not great. Bin not really finding the best angle there. Even-ish in gold. Reminder, BLG do have themselves those five grubs. They can use them. Choosing to fight over the dragon. Not give soul point to Anyone's Legend. Only in a single angle right now. On a flank now. Opens up a second one, but that wall cuts it off. Needs to Hex Flash into the play. Tarzan. Doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Actually, he has just come back up. Might come down to a smite fight for soul point. Hook misses from Kyle, and he has to flash out. Skarner gets the dragon, and no, we're going to get resets. Tristana gets one. Knight gets one as well for his ultimate. They start to run forwards. The slow lands, but Skarner's gone too far. Maybe this is the turnaround. Shanks and Flandre starting to pick up the damage. Hope is still alive. The carries from Anyone's Legend get so much damage done. And once again, Anyone's Legend outplay BLG. Elk on the flank. Doesn't have flash. Tarzan, if he helps over... Hang on, that's a bit of a problem. If Elk had seen him. If Elk had seen him. Elk gets out alive. Dragon claim from BLG. But Anyone's Legend now 2,000 gold ahead. Knight stays alive, keeps his Dark Seal stacks intact. I'm getting worried for BLG. They're approaching these fights very quickly. They're not setting up well for the fight. Look at this. On in the wrong position. What's Bin doing here? A huge clump of carries at the back. Yes, Kyle misses the hook, but you are a team which needs to dive. They kill the Nautilus and that's fine. This is much better than you should have expected. This is too far. If you don't have the extra CC to catch the carries, you need to back off. Way, huge miscalculation. We talked about his Skarner not being great at Worlds, and one of the reasons he was subbed out of BLG on their World Championship Finals run. Look, I think that Elk and Knight did a decent job there. I think Bin's having a bad game. I think Wei's having a bad game, and I think On's having a bad game too. On is 0 and 5. That support matchup so crucial between these teams, and Kyle is mashing the off button. Red buff potentially getting stolen here, and it is. Does he get pulled out of the wall? So close. Nautilus still goes onto him, but I think he's bought enough time. Wei gets out. Important to get something in terms of individual advantage back for himself. Steals up that red buff. Of course, means that Hope doesn't have it either. Hope is ahead of the game on Kai'Sa. Hope's Kai'Sa has done magical things recently. T1 just beat KT 2-0. Well, did they smash them? On died again while we were in the replay, of course, there as well. Didn't actually see that. This is why, when people talk about who has the best solo laners in the world, look, I think there are different arguments you can make, but you have to... Look, the difficult thing about BLG is, look, BLG are a world-class team, but that's because they have a world-class mid laner and a world-class top laner. Their jungler can sometimes falter. Their bot lane can also falter as well, and I don't think Elk is apart from that question. Yes, On is the first person you look towards, but Elk is a player who is definitely not without his flaws as well. We've seen it a couple of times in this game where he's overstepped or overstayed, misread the map. BLG have some wonderful mechanical players. But when one person starts to freefall, there are openings. On at 0 and 5, struggling to play out the game, struggling to close down the angles and allowing himself to get hooked into Taliyah minefields. Taliyah Nautilus is one of the most scary combinations in pro play. You land a random hook, leads to a kill. And if you don't land the hook, you wait until it comes back up again. It's non-committal, it's fine. Ward not spotted there. Doesn't spot Knight. Knight, of course, has the Rod of Ages stacked to him now. Has the Liandry's. Oh, and we need to see how Knight plays out this game as the Ahri beyond this point. This Ahri needs to do a lot of work. Has a lot of HP to play with the Rod of Ages and the Liandry's. That's definitely helpful. I do want him to go towards not a Riftmaker next, though. He needs more upfront damage. He has the HP already. Riftmaker's not going to do it. You need more burst. Go towards a Void Staff, a Shadow Flame, a Death Cap, whatever it is, you need to do that. Riftmaker's better for the slow burn when you don't need to be the bursty champion. You need to be bursted. You need to be burst. Bin trying to recoup some damage, some gold. 2 items on the Ambassador. Difficult, poor game from Bin so far. Finding himself stuck in the meat grinder, not getting onto the backline in the way that he wanted to, not playing the map out necessarily as well as he could have done. 2 items for Elk definitely helps. Good damage with the Infinite Edge and the Unital. 50% crit, a lot of AD, and a decent amount of attack speed. It was Legend. Committing 4 people towards the bot side with a teleport from Shanks as well. On has himself an ult and flashes onto Kyle. Massive CC, but it's onto the Nautilus. Free kill. And Knight gets himself something, and the Impale lands on the Flandre, who's caught out. Can't get the kill onto On. That's the kind of play that they needed, and Anyone's Legend, despite them being praised for discipline, find themselves bereft of that here. 2 dead very quickly, and that's out to come. Suddenly the game might change, but Bin, you can't walk here. You cannot walk that close to Fog of War. Caught out. Bin, my dude! Dangerous path, had no business being there, and gives an opening to Anyone's Legend. 0 and 3 of the Ambassador. Bin, you can't do that. You cannot do that. No Ariel left now. No Impale. Hope and Shanks are alive. BLG have to back off, and it's because Bin overstays. The wall being used to potentially go off. Tarzan goes into his own wall, not back. Hope gets the bomb onto him. The Shinzao trying to stick around, but the Skarner dies first. Bin gives the Atakan over to Anyone's Legend with a poor roam through river. Anyone's Legend, great punish. Awesome punish, sat in that Fog of War. Maybe knew he was walking over that. But a bad path to take. Dragon goes over as well. Some moments of ill discipline from both sides determining the last minute and a half of play. I love how Shanks and Tarzan are playing this game. Tarzan had an immaculate Shinzao game. A 0-death Shinzao in a game like this where everyone is diving in, that is insanity, folks. You don't get that normally. Compare that to Wei on the Skarner, who's actually struggling to be tanky. He finds himself running out of CC and stuck in front of 3 carries in multiple fights. Makes a big difference. Kyle uses that hook. Gets himself within flash pulse range, though. This CC chain is good, but you use a lot for this. The Impale's good as well. This is fine. This is all good. This is where I thought actually the game would change. You've made the mistake versus BLG. Your discipline wasn't enough. They get ahead. The most important part of this is already ran off the table, though. You've used all your ultimates, and Bin died on a Bad rotation down towards the Atacon. Just take the safe path. You didn't have flash. You cannot be within Talia combo range of a bush in Fog of War. And suddenly anyone's Legend find themselves... Hang on a second. Noct didn't get that wall stun. Flag gets the flash away. That's nice. Getting the flash away from the Nautilus. That helps a lot. Anyone's Legend. 1,000 gold lead, not that much at this point. But the Ruinous Atacon buffing up their dragons, of which they have 3 of, very nice. Having the extra 47 stacks is nice. Knight goes forward over the minefield, gets himself a flash on charm onto the Nautilus, who will go down. Shanks left alone in the backside. How much can we do here? Bin gets himself onto the carry, and this is the fight which BLG want. The fight is scattered, and they get to reset, but Elk is dead. Can Hope do the carrying? It's just Knight versus the Kaiser. Bin is trying to do damage, but they don't have enough. They killed 1 carry, but there's 2 left. Hope gets the triple kill, and Anyone's Legend will go towards the Baron. These are the kinds of mistakes which have allowed Anyone's Legend into the game. They had that Atacon, they had the extra flowers to play with, and the Baron will go to Anyone's Legend. BLG, I think they've messed around, and I think they're finding out. Insane fight from Anyone's Legend. I thought, well, you know, Sanks is... What happened to Elk during this fight? I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at the solo lane is diving into the backline. Knight, fantastic angle here. Gets a freebie, dashes in, dashes out, plays this very, very well. But what happens to Elk? What happens to Elk here? He jumps into the minefield. Are you kidding me, Elk? Elk just jumped into the goddamn Talia minefield. Hope cleans up. But you cannot make those mistakes, Elk. What have you done? Anyone's Legend now with Baron, which will tide them over to the Mountain Soul spawn. The bot lane of BLG and their jungler... Well, honestly, let's be honest, folks. Knight is in elo hell here. Knight is in elo hell. I think his Ahri game has been honestly very good, but... I suppose there is that argument which I said earlier. You've got to play towards your build. Don't necessarily think he's been able to do that. Don't think he's necessarily done that much. Dodges out on that W. He needs to be so much more damage because his team... You'd expect normally the Ambessa and the Tristana to be your damage. So you can be a bit more brazen with your HP. Has the Zhonya's now. Maybe he can get a charm onto Flandre, Shanks, or Hope because there's no Mikhails and no flashes. Maybe that can do something. Anyone's Legend. Organizing the map. Deep teleport from Bin. Do they go towards anyone in particular? Flandre. Yeah, I think that's your target. Has a flash. Is that going to be enough? Slow lands. Flandre doing some damage. He will get caught out here. But Anyone's Legend say, all right, that's fine. We'll go towards mid lane. How much do they want to commit towards this? Flandre getting good damage, and he will not get a kill, but he will delay. Inhibitor down. Anyone's Legend, in fact, going a little further. Ahri teleports in, knowing that there was a threat of a genuine ending situation. Anyone's Legend, that map movement's crucial to their gameplay as always. Walk away with a kill for a tower and inhibitor trade. 2 towers even on that. Very, very good for them. They'll be able to back now and set up towards the Mountain Soul. Anyone's Legend. Great game from them to punish these weaknesses being shown by various members of BLG. Great team fighting shape, making sure the Skarner is pinned in front of 3 carries, dying easily in fights. The Skarner is not that OP in this game. At least it hasn't been as Way has been playing it on. Has flash, has ult. This is where BLG need to turn the game. You cannot lose this fight. They're 5k behind. What do they do here? Tarzan has flash, trying to hold the front line. This is Kaiser. That W is scary as hell now. Fighting over the mid lane. On hit with another W. You can't lose that much HP. The Alistar. It's only tanky when he gets to use that ult on higher HP. Way caught out again. And Tarzan goes into the front line. Way is 1v4 and has completely screwed the team fight. The hook comes through. Shanks opens up an angle. And the carries of BLG just don't have the damage. Ahri gets a reset, but how much is that going to lead to? Gets 1, but can't get the second. Charm out of to the skies. But I don't think Knight can do the same. Elk jumps out, but BLG walk away limping, battered, and bruised. Knight, it's only a matter of time until Flandre catches up. The charm lands. Elk dies, and Anyone's Legend have earned themselves a Game 1 victory over BLG. Knight will get hit by the Shock Blast. And even Knight's Ahri can't carry the failing members of BLG. Everyone else struggling in the team fights in their early game, and Anyone's Legend have made them struggle. It is a tale of 2 sides. Anyone's Legend putting Billy Gaming into such high-pressure scenarios. moving around the map better, team fighting better. Tarzan, deathless game as Knight finds himself a Magi's on the Nexus. Gives himself some light reading for the break. Going down 0-1. Great punishing game from anyone's Legend. But you have to stop and ask the question, what the hell were BLG's individual members doing? Bin caught out in that rotation to Atakan. Wave team fighting poorly, getting caught out in 1v4s and 1v3s constantly. Elk and On struggling to have clean plays as well, especially after they failed the early dive. And we have ourselves our first game of the series done. Hello folks, my name's Nymaera, if you don't know who I am. I'm an LPL caster. I've cast over 1,000 LPL games in my tenure here, and I consider myself one of the most foremost experts on the region in the international community. There's no official LPL English broadcast anymore, so either you're watching here or an LPL English, the fan-run broadcast, Hysterics, many other people, and of course Hysterics rated over the other day as well. You are supporting people who are covering the LPL while there is no official broadcast. It means that much more because we don't have a hub to talk about the LPL. We hope that you enjoy yourselves regardless of which stream that you're coming onto, and that you stick around to learn about our teams and the players on them. BLG, I expect better from them. This sounded like a harsh cast. Honestly, it was a harsh cast because I have to call out these members. People have seen these players go to Worlds Finals. Not Way, of course, he wasn't in there, but they've seen this team do great things within the LPL and internationally. I must call them out when they are making mistakes which are losing their team's games. Anyone's Legend Dom did win game 1, and a lot of it was due to pretty much everyone but Knight kind of sprinting it for important moments in that game. And I say that as a Knight fanboy, but how much more can you do as the Ahri, staying deathless in difficult fights but still putting out good damage? Insane stuff. Insane stuff. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Dom. You looking forward to Madrid? Are you heading out there? I'd say Knight not going full damage is also bad, to be honest. I think Knight going for the Rod of Ages build is only bad if you know your teammates are going to int and you have to do more damage. That's my issue. I think if you're playing... You saw how he could actually dive into the backline, survive in a 1v2, kill someone and get out. I thought it was insane, actually. On the other side, though, I think that Kyle's early game was absurdly good. I think that Shanks' Talia was absurdly good. His walls were clutch. He was very good in the team fights and keeping himself safe. Hope's Kai'Sa, one of the best picks in the region. And Tarzan's frontlining as that Xin Zhao, second to none. Absolutely insane. I think that having a deathless Xin Zhao game is ridiculous, folks. I actually think Tarzan's my MVP, by the way. I think Tarzan's my MVP. The way that he held the front line as a Xin Zhao is absolutely insane. I don't think full damage will make the difference here. I mean, it's Knight's Ahri. I think anything can happen, right? Knight is actually getting ran down on stage. I think it's Bin's fault, really. I think Bin had a very bad game. Yeah, I think Bin didn't get sideline pressure, played poorly in the team fights besides 1 or 2, caught out in that critical rotation. Elk caught out as well. Multiple times not flashing important killing skill shots. The armor is a bit tarnished, Angie. It's a bit tarnished. Oh, by the way, I was watching a speedrun video on Dark Souls the other day about how you can use ladders to speedrun, because if you kind of like start to fall off a ladder, quit and save and load back in, you can kind of like clip through terrain and stuff and fly through the map. It's very funny. I was watching a video, because, you know, I try and watch some Dark Souls stuff to get, you know, learn some of Angie's interests. I can't believe I just watched Knight get ran down live on stage, folks. I do believe that Levi for BLG were the best jungle available for the team. He doesn't speak Chinese, though. He also tries to take fights not even Skarner can save. Yeah, but the Skarner was awful. This is a very bad Skarner game. Hate it or love it, they're underdogs on top. Honestly, I love the fact that anyone's Legend play like this, because I want BLG to be punished for play like this. I don't want them to win when they're playing like this. However, the thing is, I want both teams to be playing at their best, because I want to see how these teams learn. I want to see them at their peak. This is not BLG at their peak. I think individual members are making big mistakes. The hope is that that was a great dive from Knight. Knight literally dives in, gets a kill 1v3 and gets out. He holds up his end of the bargain. Jesus Christ, Knight just got ran down live on stage. Are you kidding me? My dude just got ran down. I can't believe it. I just saw, like, my favorite player on my favorite champion get ran down live on air. Are you kidding me? Look, I should be praising anyone's Legend more. I should be. But also, you have to criticize anyone's Legend. You have to. And it's also my own goddamn co-stream. I can do what I want. Ugh. Oof. Smash 22 and 13 in that series. Nice. But it's also versus KT, so... BLG's reign is over? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I don't trust their jungle support. And I don't trust Elk as well if he's not ahead of a game. This composition is not going to tier MSI, to be honest. If they're playing like this, no. Now, they are not a regular season's fantastic team at BLG. Hope gets MVP. I'd give it to Tarzan, actually. I'd give it to Tarzan. Yes, Hope was excellent, but I'd give it to Tarzan. Tarzan's frontlining was absolutely insane versus a team like this. But Hope's Kai'Sa is insane. His Kai'Sa is quickly becoming, like, legendary status within the LPL. Yeah, Bradley, and that's what I'm hoping to do, right? Like, if you walk away from this game enjoying it, praising anyone's Legend for the good stuff they've done, but also recognizing that BLG made mistakes to allow them to win this game, I think that's my goal accomplished. Why did Wei walk forwards here? You walked into 3 different carries. You're never making that work, Wei. Whoa, Wei. You kidding me? Oh, well, Hope had a fantastic game. I think, look, Hope has been on a bit of a renaissance tour. He's been good for a while. Unanimous voting? Damn. Crazy. What happened to BLG? Was Shun Wei really a big downgrade? I think that Bin has fallen off. I think that bot lane, they have not figured out their 2v2 meta just yet. And yeah, I think that Shun is a better fit for the team. I still think that, I mean, what BLG need is someone like a Tian or a Tarzan or a Kanavi, right? Actually, I mean, Kanavi would be the best one, right? Because they have so many, like... Yeah, I think that having solo lanes would like that. Knight Kanavi is insane, right? Because Knight wins lane for free pretty much every single game. Or at least gets passive push or whatever. Why is that so loud? I actually think that BLG needs a coach to beat their ass. Maybe. Oh, the stream just did a thing. Hi, stream. You okay there, buddy? Let me do that thing where I refresh it. Yeah, y'all doing okay there? What's up there, buddy? Did the stream just... Did BLG lose? Oh, there we go. Ah! Scary. All good. Hi, streamer. I feel like Ambassador is such bait. I've rarely seen a game where it mattered. Rumblejacks, Cassante, Gwen, from time to time you see a game with those take over. Ambassador never. I don't think that's true. I think we do see some Ambassador massive carries, but I don't think that Bin's Ambassador is good. This is really loud. What the hell? TCL. I know, leave this off for a bit. It's loading. Now, is my stream still okay? I think it is, but yeah. I think it is. I haven't seen it die anywhere. I cannot believe that Elk jumped into a freaking minefield like that. I can't believe that Bin is playing like this too. I'd say that Neferi has been more bait if you label a popular champion as such than Ambassador. In LPL, it's not been bait. It's actually been... I think that in LPL, Neferi has been genuinely very, very strong. When you hit BLG, Gumi, UC, oh my god, could you imagine? That'd be insane. Elk did what? Yeah, in the fight around Baron, Elk jumped into a Talia minefield.
BLG 在组内赛的表现的话，我觉得他们就是线上打得很好，然后他也会一直控资源吧，就是强势点也是线上打得比较好。我觉得对线版本的话，就是对线不能选特别劣势的英雄吧，然后2v2尽量赢下来。第二赛呢，我对自己的要求就是希望就是每一场打得比上一场更好。
I need to run some adverts, by the way.
下一场找到问题，然后想办法去解决。
I need to run some adverts so pre-roll comes off. Gumayushi would never go to the LPL, but if he did, oh, it'd be insane. Hope has a nice voice. Smash Kaiser was so good, his MF was meh. Oh, there's the Jace Victor players, cosplayers in the crowd, which is cool. I can't believe that Elk jumped into that frickin' minefield, man. Oh, man, it's difficult. Ugh. I don't want to come across as too negative, folks. I don't want to come across as too negative, because I'm very glad that Anyone's Legend are playing like this, but I'm also tired of BLG playing like this too. I know it's regular season, I know it's game 1 of the day as well, which is often not good, and that may well be a thing. However, I need to see BLG wake up from this stuff. Do I use the Oxford comma? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I like Oxford commas. It only makes sense. Because the Oxford comma still allows you to demarcate objects within a list, even though the pacing of the sentence doesn't change. Streamcape, well, with the Ari losing, maybe not today. It's redundant though. No, it's so it removes any confusion about what objects are in the list. So if you go this, that, and this, or this, that, and this, it does add a more. It removes confusion from a situation, and sometimes that can be true. In summer 2024, BLG were always losing the first game of a best of 3 and a best of 5. Yes, they were, but these are also things which turned up in the playoff series that they lost in Split 1. This is not with Shun, this is with Wei as well. Wei came in and made them more consistent. And they also lost with Blue Side. Like, phew. Yeah, that's a problem, man. It's a problem. Neferi is only based on the bottom teams where they play bad. But then again, bottom teams have also won with the Neferi too. I mean, Shadow won with it against NIP from team FPX, right? We also saw Junhao and Ultra Prime take some fantastic games. Climber had 1 or 2 games. Obviously, he's been subbed out now, and he did lose some games too. But I actually think the Neferi is really good on bottom teams too. Top esports, anyone's Legend at MSI? Oh god, are we not even going to send BLG? I mean, I think if anyone's Legend is good, they will. I think anyone's Legend are the team which I think can strategically outplay LCK teams. Actually, was it LGD that lost with the Neferi that was 5k ahead? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Oh, maybe it wasn't. No, was it Monkey? It was Monkey on the Neferi, maybe. Did WE lose with that on JDG? Game sound should still be a little louder. I can do that, Simon. I can do it a little bit more. Sorry, the game sound's been weird today. I don't know whether some settings were changed on my PC because Sam was streaming the other day, but oh, right now it should be louder a little bit too, probably. When we get into game, I'll ask chat to see if how game sound is, but I can do that. Oh, is LGD OMG? Oh, the OMG series. Oh god, yeah. Oh, with the insane lead? Yes, true. Damn, this is a good cinnamon roll. Damn, that is nice. Wow, what the fuck? It's not even a cinnamon roll, it's a strawberry roll. Apparently BDD is stuck in elo hell right now. Bro, I love top esports. I think they're a good level compared to T1, Down 1, etc. But they should fix their international performance because LPL is not as popular at MSI Worlds and everybody thinks they're frauds. I mean, I think Jackie has some... I don't know what mental block he has internationally now, but I think Jackie is the one common piece which you need to criticize there. Now, I love that player. I think he's fantastic regionally, but he has not shown that internationally much at all. I think MSI had that one Duff series versus G2. Obviously, he played the rest of that event well. I guess his EWC, if you count that, was pretty decent too. But yeah, obviously his Worlds was very bad, and his first stand was embarrassing. Please help. I can't take top east while stomping everyone locally and then getting stomped in internationals. Me neither. Me neither. You would have thought top east also finally shaped the curse, but you can just never trust them now, can you? Was top east bad at T1 at Worlds? Yes. Yes, they were. I did a VOD review of it. It was very, very bad. Oh no, against it wasn't top east, but wait, who did they lose the quarter? Yes, it was. 369's Galio was one of the worst individual performances I've ever seen from him. Damn, Freg's insane. I knew that LPL were paying ridiculous money in 2018, 2019, but I didn't realize it was 10 to 15 times the next esports league. Well, we've commiserated, we've analyzed, we've praised, and we've gone on to another draft. BLG AL, BLG remaining on blue side. Coach Malachi in big weight. Malachi, of course, a world-winning coach from EDG back in 2021. Wonder how many people he's had to slap with the belt. Coming out of that last one. Knight was elo held in game 1. However, BLG known to start poorly in the first game of the day. Will that hold true here again? No Vi, no Neferi. Jungle Pool getting limited a little bit. No Shinzao, no Skarner. Sejuani may be powerful here. Maybe going towards a Sejuani Yone. Either team could angle towards that. Varus Kalista, also very powerful here. BLG may first pick the Varus, banned away. Could still look to first pick the Kalista. I think if that's the case, anyone's Legend locking Sejuani and Yone on the other side. They've been very quick to lock that in 1-2, particularly when other junglers are out of the window. Taking a long time deliberating over this first pick. Really? I mean, Wei was very, very poor in game 1 on the Skarner. His best champion in this meta has been the Lilia. It also does quite well against the Sejuani. If anyone's Legend would like to lock in the Sejuani Yone. Also with the new changes to Yone too, can't avoid the Lilia sleep as you pop back with your E. You'll just take the sleep back to wherever you were. Also, Elk wasn't this coin flippy in 2024, where they recall they were in contention for the best bot lane post MSI through summer. That didn't mean they couldn't have bad games as well. It was just the frequency of how often they would flip. But they absolutely were flippy. It's just a question of frequency. Anyone's Legend, lock in Nico. Presumably for Kyle. We haven't really seen anywhere else, actually, besides that. For a little while. Could go for the Kalista Nico. But not the Sejuani Yone like I thought it was. Maybe they are a little bit afraid of locking that into the Lilia. The Lilia seems like a weird first pick to you. Well, I think it would be if you took the nameplates off. But when you see Wei after a terrible game 1 like that, you start to understand it. Knight can now go for the Yone as well. Also a lore combination as well. Yone and Lilia, they're a thing. It's adorable. The spirit which saved him. Yone locked in for Knight. Bit more playmaking for him again. Why is mid Nico not played anymore? That's a very good question. I think she can be played mid lane. Bluntly, I think she can do. She struggles against some other mages. I think her laning phase in mid lane has struggled a little bit, and also she struggles to get consistent damage out. She must dive in every fight, and she kind of needs flash for it. As a support, you can get away with that, especially with Kalista. Kalista Nico is when Nico really started to bully things out, and she wins you 2v2 so hard. BLG really going for the early game now. Been on Renekton. Is Zambessa? Yeah, not great. The Renekton, tried, tested, and true. Maokai locked in for Tarzan. Allows him to play against the anti-melee. Banning out lane pressure bot lane now. So, lane pressure name of the game. No Ezreal Karma, no Kalista for the Nico. Which means that there's less safety for the Nico. The Kalista roll obviously buys you the ability to kind of re-engage, play around your lesser HP pool as a support compared to a mid lane. Corki locked into mid lane. Maokai, I suppose it could go top lane, but it shouldn't really against the Renekton. Really good wombo comp. If BLG dive too far, they'll dive into a bullet time, into a Nico ult, and into the Maokai ult as well. Nymaera, who is your favorite caster? Monty, Cristo, and Doe. They're by far my favorite casters. They inspired me a lot. Lilia is a good pick against Maokai. It is, but not the biggest fan of Mixed Fortune. It's very lane dominant is the thing, and it allows you to use the Nico as a... This is just a wrecking ball in the bot lane. Anyone's Legend need to contest the early game. And now you have Maokai and Nico setting up for a bullet time against Whoa, we get a Yorick. Yorick buffed coming into this patch. And we get it into the Renekton. We saw it in a 1v1 earlier, and you heard the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, of course, too. Yorick for the first time in a good long time in the LPL. When was the last time this was played? Gotta look up some patch notes. Well. Yorick, Misfortune, anyone's Legend really just said, we want laning strength. And that's what they got for themselves, folks. This is something that they really have indexed into. They want to get through that early game, and I think they trust themselves more in mid and late game. This is not the best Yorick game in terms of team fighting, but that side lane pressure could be absolutely phenomenal. BLG, a classic composition for them, going towards 3, early game, pushing lanes, Way being able to farm up and have himself a more comfortable game. Well. Yorick's changes. His Morning Mist changed for the slow, but the shred has changed a little bit too. Oh, that was the mid-patch updates. We'll look at that a little bit later. We'll get into game. Here, there's Gyos. Game 2 coming up. Anyone's Legend ahead. 1-0. Well. Yorick going down towards bot side to make sure they got a ward advantage in bot side. Of course, when you have that range support, you want to walk into that brush and bully out the lane, knowing that the melee support can't walk up to you nearly as easily. Or hide in that brush, of course, and jump out of you and deny that range advantage. Who do I think won the draft? I actually think anyone's Legend have won this draft. We'll see after laning phase. If anyone's Legend win their lanes, which is hard, but if they win their lanes, I think they've won the draft. If not, I think BLG can snowball very, very well through Renekton and Yone. Also worth noting, I think Lilia can absolutely ruin this game. However, if anyone's Legend don't get slaughtered in the early game, I think they have a very good teamfight wombo combo comp. Yeah, so what Yorick has basically had to... Hang on a second, we've got ourselves a level 1 coming through. Cleanse immediately pulled out from Hope. Elk getting 2-man auto-attacks. The big thing about double range, they can both auto-attack you while you try and kite them. Oh, Elkin on. The hot lane's not been doing great there, is it? Oh, man. Bot lane against Nico, huh? Not the easiest thing. Elkin on. Collecting the wave. Don't get that same control they had in that last game. A lot of changes came through to Yorick's passive is the big thing. You can't instant kill his minions with auto attacks now, which means that Aurelia is no longer the best counter of all time into him. Where you can just instant stack off the Qs. Big things about, of course, Yorick is, yeah, those goals do so much work, man. Let's see what build he goes for. We have seen Eclipse in the past. The Q gives him good heals, of course. Most of Yorick's healing comes from that Q. And of course, when he gets his girlfriend later on, he gets increased damage onto whoever's getting that target to them. I have a friend who is a avid Yorick player, actually. Plays Yorick, Karthus, and Ryze. Really likes to be different, huh? Predictions are broken up. Doesn't matter, Yoda. Thank you for turning up, though. I appreciate it. Really want to see what Flandre can do. Of course, big thing about Yorick is he kills towers quicker than almost anyone in the game. Okay, gank. Early flashes away early. Still gets that everything onto him. And the Lilia returns to a Renekton lane. We've seen that gank a lot, but the Dark Procession keeps Flandre alive. Double flashes committed from BLG's mid lane and top laner and jungler. And they don't get the kill. Well, he even misses the Swellseed onto the goddamn... onto the frickin' crab. Flandre lives, can teleport in and pick up some extra CS. Big swing and a miss by BLG, using 2 summoners and not getting the kill. Oh, Elk just about living as well. Now stuck alone in the 1v2 against Hope and Kyle. Takes some extra damage. Bot lane not going well. Top lane doing fine in terms of the actual lane. Oh, the flash forward and first blood goes to On. Supportal combat. Elk must have caught him with a trap and a W. Knight, Shanks, 2v2 against Charizard. Remember, no flash on the Lilia. On coming up, though, and starting to get some damage done. Knight hit by a brush sapling. Tarzan will have to flash onto somewhere. Do they go for the fight? Wanting to double over the wall, double Duramble smash. Get some damage, but they are still in a 2v3. Tarzan, yeah, he's made the mistake. Now, we'll get one back. Bramble smash doing a lot, but it's still 1 for 2 in the mid jungle. On, really good plays in the last while. Of course, his last game, awful. The off switch was put on heavily. Way last game. Yeah, let's not talk about that one either, that Skarnet. Better start now. Tarzan throwing some easy kills back. Not really sure what they thought was going to happen. Maybe they thought On couldn't roam up to the play. They'd be safe in a 2v2, but they misjudged what was happening with the Rel roaming to the play. Well, this is what happened here. The 2v2 went poorly. Gets hit by the root. Has to cleanse out immediately. Very close to dying. Very, very close to dying. And then what happens here? Well, he gets bopped, doesn't he? What happened here? So On then immediately roams up to the play. I think anyone's Legend thought that On would be off the map. I think they thought he'd be too low health to do anything. Tarzan tries to buy some space for Shanks, but it's just not nearly close enough. On picks up 1 kill. Does die there, of course. Kill over to Knight, though. Yeah. Yone is happy now. Level 6 hit by Bin. That's important. You want to use these early levels of the Renekton versus the Yorick because it gets really hard later on. The healing from Yorick becomes absolutely absurd. Especially once it gets that Triforce spike, or... I guess he goes Sundered Sky a lot now, I should think about it, and Shojin. Shojin, obviously, very nice for the extra regular ability cooldown. He can reactivate his Q now, of course. Summon those ghouls. Gets the goop onto him. One of the ways you can counter Yorick, by the way, keep 1 ghoul alive so he can't just resummon 4 of them. As long as you can counter it. Because a lot of Yorick's DPS comes from the 4 ghouls all jumping you at once. So, we said, anyone's legend, maybe have the better draft if they win their early game. That's not happened. 1,000 gold behind at 6 minutes, that's not what they want to be. Potentially looking for a flash and hit, level 6 for Wei. Dragon was taken. Flandre needs help here. You can't allow the Yorick to fall too far behind. Summons up the Maiden of the Mist, but Wei gets to go forwards, hits a Q. The Dark Procession is in, but I don't think it's going to help. Aggro hit, but hang on a second, maybe it does. There's another tower shot, and Wei goes down. They fail another kill onto Flandre. The Yorick picks up a kill. Wei is having a very bad day. That was the most free play they could have had. Kyle comes up as well. Kill over to Yorick. Is still minions lost, and they do get the kill. It goes over to Wei, who kills them with the burn, but they misunderstand what happens with the Yorick healing. Oh, this is not looking good for the top side of BLG, is it? Comparative to where it could be. Well, whatever. Wei will walk away and still have individual lead. But it's just not the clean gameplay we want to see from them. Anyone's legend. Now they have a Yorick who should have been shut out of the game. Feeling okay about it now. What happened here then? So, pulls up the Dark Procession. Traps both inside it at once. They don't get the kill quite as easily as they thought. Another Q came through, and the Maiden gives you so much extra random damage. Important that he was level 6 for that, of course. That Maiden, long cooldown, but very, very nasty amount of damage. And of course, if it targets someone, you start damaging them, they take more damage. It's like a free press the attack or whatever. On has a history of solo kills, doesn't he? Even on ADCs? Yeah, he did. Was it at MSI where he solo killed Chovy or something as well? Oh, yeah. On has done some solo killing in his time. He's a very funny player. Alright. Run towards the bot side. On half HP. Flicked back though. Level 6 on Nico. Thinking about going forwards. Chooses not to. Half HP for both of them. Kyle has the level 6 advantage. On will get some honey fruit. Tarzan could lead him with a Malkail. Shanks over the wall. He's spotted. What's the play here? Someone has to tank this tendrils up. Can they walk far enough away? The crash down will help with that. Go for the bullet time, though, and the Nico comes through, but Yone cancels it. Knight gets such an important ult through from the Yone to save his team, but is it enough to save the whole fight altogether? Looks like it. Elk going forwards, cleanses out. Now we'll start to pull the ult. Shanks maybe thinking he can take a little bit more. Tarzan will flash away. W. Very, very close. Skims the bark on his back. That ultimate from Knight saves the day. That should have been a clean in and out of that team fight. But the Fate Steal from Knight, saving his team. Been going forwards, level advantage. Not able to actually eke out a gold lead, though, sadly, for him. Anyone's legend, though, showcasing what their combo can do. This is a scary combo. This is what I was saying. If they win the early game, this combo really threatens me, really frightens. Yes, you can block it with the Ral, but look how nasty it is. Get the root through. But Knight saves the day. That is an absurdly good 4-man Yone ult. That is absurd. Without a 4-man Yone ult, BLG get wiped. And they'd have to retreat. Knight, good set of games from him today. So far, anyway, only 10 minutes into the second one. Pulling his weight. You know, one of my favorite things to see is... if you've ever played Arena and you can't get Yorick, if you get Minion Mancer, it means that your Maiden is like 40% increased size. Tarzan jumping onto Wei, and Wei doesn't have a flash. He's been caught out a little too far, but the ult might be able to disengage, and indeed it does. W from the Jhin forces the flash out of Shanks, who had the extra damage burning onto him. Elk has flash. This is a dead Corki. How much more is going to come through it? Yike, chasing onto Kyle, and that is a very dead Tarzan. We thought it was the initial pick onto the Lilia. No, BLG turn it around. Yorick can't really contribute to the play. Anyone's legend starting to give up early kills now. Easy kills. 2k advantage over to Billy Gaming. Anyone's legend starting to fall behind. This is where they don't get to use their combo. They do get dove onto Flandre alone, and they're trying to wave clear. Gets some goop down. Starts to stack himself up on that grass. Gets some healing down. Flandre could get that flash Q. Was wondering if that would kill. Scary stuff. And they can't dive him. And use the Jhin ult. Remember that Q can heal him if it hits onto a minion. 2 shots miss, 3 shots miss, and the 4th won't kill. Oh, Flandre, fancy feet, and Elk. Left looking like a drunk shot in a bar. Knight pushing mid lane. 6 grubs. Gets a play it there. Knight really being the beneficiary of these plays, really. He is ahead in his lane. Doing work in teamfights. Getting plates. Been doing much better than the last game, too. So, anyone's legend behind this. I'm significantly behind. The Corki's going to take a while to come online. Renekton's going to get perma-push for... Well, not perma-push. He's going to be pushing for the next few levels of the game until maybe Flandre gets towards his Triforce, and we'll see what happens after that. Knight sees the dragon going down. Is there a contest? No. Realistically, no. Well, Jin can walk up for a W, I suppose. Lilia going towards grubs. Nothing to be seen here. Ah, Flandre gets to actually go towards it. I mean, wait, he doesn't get to hit a tower. The thing is, a lot of Yorik's strength is about hitting towers. He is one of the best split pushers in the game. And eventually Yorick will become... And look at this. The move speed from the Phage, that Q damage. Nasty. And he is going towards that Triforce. You assume it's something like a Sundered Sky. Could be the Sterex, actually, after, though. That could be quite important for the extra tenacity. And the ability to outplay in the 1v3 dives. Ahead in XP compared to Bin very slightly. Or about the... Well, we'll call it even, actually. It is even. That's not fair to say. I'm actually quite worried that this Yorick can do a lot this game. Yorick is one of the nastiest duelists in the game. By the way, if people haven't read Yorick's lore, Yorick is one of those forgotten champions who was never popular in terms of gameplay levels. His voice acting in his lore, absolutely superb. He came from the Blessed Isles, and I think he guards the last kind of tier of the goddess. I think he actually guards the tier of the goddess, by the way. Which is something which, in the Ruined King game, becomes very, very important in terms of cleansing the Shadow Isles a little bit. Kyle sends his clone into the brush. Red buff being started. BLG maybe spoiling for a fight. Corki pushing alone on bot side. Elk pushing up the top lane wave. So neither... Oh, Knight gets himself 1, but he doesn't get 2. Is the bullet time going to be enough? It doesn't even come through. Hope needs to find a time to turn things around. The Nico is dead, and the burn goes through onto the Maokai as well. Yorick has come down to try and get something, but it hasn't really led to that much. The Maiden will get killed. Anyone's legend, they haven't really come out of this early game with enough power to get much out of this. And with 0 grubs on the other side, Shanks not actually able to get that much from the tower on that side of the map either. Sag boy with his little girlfriends? Yeah. Waters of Life, not Tear of the Goddess. Right, Waters of Life. I thought it was the same thing. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I knew a bit about it. Ruined King game though, fantastic. Go play it sometime. Flandre going up towards top side again. Can't defend his tower now. Sadly, the rest of the map has lost very, very hard. And this time he's ulted. He won't survive this one, I don't think. Flash is out. And maybe they'll call me a liar. Kyle. Hang on, healing coming through from Flandre. On's hit. But he's just gone over the wall. Just to kind of be a bit of a party salute. Hits that Q. W hits onto Kyle. The game's falling apart very quickly now. Anyone's legend. The goal was survive early game. And their answer has been very, very lacking. Knight has himself flash. Wants to flash over the wall maybe. Tarzan looking to W over potentially. That was the play. Has to use that flash. Was on the weak side of the map. Hope will take mid lane turret. That is a consolation prize for anyone's legend. Still very far behind in gold. 2,000 gold up in the jungler's way. See how powerful these winning lanes have been on top side for BLG. Been on Renekton, much more impactful than on the Mbessa. Knight on the Yone. Doing God's work. Happened here again. Once again, Knight just pulling the trigger in such an important way. This time knowing actually he doesn't have to be the cancel on the bullet time. Knows that he can just get rid of the Nico because it's a very, very squishy support. Knows that he has the Lilia with actual damage and range to play like this. It's such a different game when you know that your teammates can actually carry the fight if you make the big play initiating. Bin. Good damage here. Black Cleaver getting some good value. Flandre doesn't have his first item yet. Dominus doing a lot of work. I think Flandre just dies here. Actually, this is a big old problem for Flandre. He has no flash. Bin wins himself the 1v1. And the Yorick, fun as though it is, you will not remember Yorick Mori in this game. Shanks. Well, maybe this does make a difference now, though. Flandre losing the 1v1. Bin doesn't have the second part of the slice and the dice. But wait. Just looking to see if it could help flash forwards, maybe. Not too much avail, though. Yorick without grubs. Yorick without bloody teammates to this one, isn't it? I mean, the Misfortune's doing fine. Corki's gotten some value from side lane turrets and the Cull being popped in now, but it feels like that's too late. If you'd had that stronger Corki earlier, maybe you could peel back around the Misfortune and the Corki. Doesn't feel like that's been the case. Anyone's legend. I appreciate them cooking. I appreciate them doing something which, if they'd mechanically succeeded, I think was actually quite an intriguing composition. But everyone has a plan until they're punched in the face. Very, very hard. Wei having a much better game. I think this could potentially be an issue for BLG. You need Wei on the Lilia. You need him on certain champions. If you can't play the Skarner, how does that affect your draft? Especially if you go internationally and Skarner's still relevant. Well, we'll see how many patches Skarner lasts. Surely Skarner's got to have some functionality removed at some point. But the jungle meta not seeming like it's great for Wei right now. His comfort has not looked good on them. Bot side of the map, On having a better game here, but he needs to survive pressure a little more in those game 1 scenarios. BLG first game of the day, Curse, maybe hitting them again, but some lessons we can still learn from that loss. Tower, going to die here, but no second charge from the Herald. Dragon started, potentially by BLG. Wei will completely rip through this. Anyone's Legend, no position to contest. No mid lane push, no bot lane push. No nothing. Huh, the Water Life only had that property because of a world rune in the pool. That's very cool. Didn't even realize that. I've forgotten about that. Tower's being taken, Dragon being taken. Corki, beneficiary on the side lanes. You can see that Knight is not being given the side lane farm. He's on the weak side of the map. Corki's on the strong side, which is why the gold lead is there. Knight is dropping farm, so Elk and Bin can get it instead. Whereas AL are doing the opposite. Bullet time used to clear out the wave, but there's one left. Should still be fine. Corki actually pushing towards the inner turret now, and this is where Yorick gets a lot of work done. Look how much damage they do in a single hit there, and here comes the Magnet Storm. Shanks doesn't have himself a flash. Knight, does he just pop back? I don't think he does much more than that. It's half the HP. Flash out of the Corki. Can get himself another Q. He actually can stack it off with the minions or the Maiden now at this point. If he gets himself another E, that's a problem, actually. Look how much mobility he's got. Doesn't have another Valkyrie. Very long cooldown. Has another E. And the Corki will be sent a packing. That gold lead didn't look exactly important there. Flandre not really able to do much rather than stand and fight. When Yorick falls behind the game, this is what Yorick does, really. I like the Sentinels origin being showed as well. I mean, I kind of like that, but I just hated what they did with Sentinels themselves, which is kind of sad, you know? The Sentinels event is one of the worst bits of worst bits of lore delivery I've ever seen, actually. Besides, the only worst thing was, big tangent. One of the worst bits of lore delivery I've ever seen was the important bit between episode 8 and 9 for Star Wars was delivered in Fortnite, where the Emperor, there's somehow Palpatine returned. The only reason you found out about that was a literal Fortnite event. Oh, God, crazy. Insane. Well, this game is looking increasingly over. Anyone's Legend didn't get themselves soul point. They're against 6 Grubs. There's a Dragon on the other side, too. In very good gold lead. And a team composition for Anyone's Legend, which doesn't really function when it's behind. Yorick has had very little value in this game, sadly. I think he was waiting for his team to come bail him out by winning on other bits of the map and then relieving pressure topside. Not to be the case here. Kyle getting hit by multiple Qs. Is there an ultimate going to be pulled through from Wei? No. No, it's not. Knight pushing topside now. Now he's actually being the one given some time to push on the other side of the map. Of course, has the 6 Grubs. Yone, one of the best users of that in the game. Look how much push BLG have across the map. There is one ward on their side of the map, and that is a frankly useless one in that top lane inner turret brush. Nothing. Fun fact from Rich Tomato. Let me think. Matt Mercer, voice of Gangplank, also voices another champion in League of Legends. He is Wolf in Kindred, so he is the only voice actor, I think, to out of the more recently done ones to voice more than one character in League of Legends. I think some of the earlier ones were sometimes voiced by the same person, but not to be here. Shanks, once again, we're getting more outer turret gold. Atakan on the other side, Ruinous, buffing up the... Oh my god, it's gonna be the 8 Grub team again. For those of you that don't know what it means, because sometimes you forget about it. Atakan, this version, the red and black version, Ruinous, does give you the flowers, but it also increases the value of neutral objectives you've taken, so dragons and grubs, by 25%. Extra 25% of 6 is 1.25. So you add that onto your 6, you get 7.25 amount of grubs, basically. It is an incredible amount of value. Yep, Matt Mercer from Critical Role voices both Gangplank and Wolf in Kindred. Yes, from Crit Roll. Yep. Also from Critical Role. This is, so, in Legends of Runeterra, we have Laura Bailey as Misfortune, and also in the Rune King game. She was also the old voice of Akali, but then that was changed, so she was no longer that, but she's there. Travis Willingham is Azir, which is really weird to think of. And then also you have Liam O'Brien is Yasuo as well, who I have a photo with. I met them in London Comic Con one time. Well, Kyle's been caught. No, Tarzan's been caught, rather. It's kind of been waiting for the trigger to be pulled. BLG have just been pushing in across the whole map. This isn't going to be a kill. Hope he ends up trading tanking duty. And he'll just hold them there a little longer so they can't respond to that bot lane tag quite as quickly. Anyone's Legend, this is what they're reduced to. They actually can't do anything. This is one of the big things they were talking about in their interview. BLG have such good early game mechanics, you have to be very careful of it. And that do be the issue there. In Polish versions, some actors get to give voice 4 to 5 champions. That's really cool. It's very cool. I think that's the case in a lot of different things. German voice acting as well, I think it's similar. You know, funnily enough, this is... I watch a lot of Halo, but then the optimal game version to play Halo 2 Classic is German, because the dialogue's slightly quicker in some key points in the game, so it makes it a quicker speedrun. Dragon's going to spawn, and do AL contest this at all? I don't think they can they? Oh, well, the game's slowed down. You're going to get more fun facts instead of anything gameplay related. Look, I'm going to give you all of the gameplay stuff right now. Anyone's Legend getting pushed in across the park. BLG have 6 grubs, and they also have the Ruinous Atakan. They also have 2 dragons, so Anyone's Legend don't even have soul points. Anyone's Legend are trying to stall out for all they're worth, maybe get an Infinity Edge or Misfortune, look for a godlike pick onto someone, maybe go into a Baron or get a Baron steal with Misfortune stood over the wall, and that's their game plan. Besides that, they need to play hyper defensively, very hard for them to get anything. Good job, you got a Grump. But besides that, it's very, very hard for them to play. But anyway, in Halo 2 speedrunning, the German voice actor, the voice double for Bruce Willis, voices the dude in the armory in Halo 2's first mission, Cairo, and the reason this is important is because you hear him in every speedrun, because everyone runs Cairo so much trying to get a perfect Cairo to save time. So you hear German Bruce Willis a lot in Halo 2. Anyway, quick fun fact. Ugh, this is what we're reduced to. Look, I've talked about all the gameplay stuff that we can do at this point. What do you want me to say? Like, we have 2 items for BLG, well on towards 3. Significant gold lead, compositional advantage. You have Lilia who can hit 1 Swirl Seed and it feels like it's so doomed for the other side. There's no Mikhails on them. There's no wards on the other. There's no wards even into like their jungle really at this point. They're pinned back almost completely towards their base. I mean, what do you do? There's a QSS on Knight. There's a cleanse on Elk. Way walking forwards. Move speed inactive. Only slight gold lead over to Shanks because again he's been gifted all of the gold from Anyone's Legend. All of the gold. Halo 2 is so good. It is a fantastic game. Halo 2 is one of the greatest games of all time. My favorite game of all time is Halo Combat Evolved. I love the cosmic horror of that game. And the environmental storytelling of levels like 343, Guilty Spark, which is one of my favorite games in all levels in all of gaming. Deathcap built up for way. Jesus Christ, he's strong, isn't he? This is really the commentator for LPL. I mean, he's talking about other games. Yeah, I know, right? Well, you tell me what I haven't covered, and I'll cover that for you. Turns out, when you've said about everything, your mind goes a-wandering. Teleport in. Ah, Flandre's caught. This Yorick has just not had the power he needs. He has a Shogun, he has a Triforce. I don't think he's 1v2ing this, though. It's often a specialty of Yorick, but Flandre, fun as it was, has not been useful on the Yorick. Easy teleport in. They have a teleport for the Renekton to match numbers on the top side of the map. They have 6 grubs. Anyone's Legend can't even rush Baron on the other side. This is what I like to call the scout macro, where one laner teleports into the other laner's side of the map. They take a brief 1v2, get a kill or take a turret, and then the other one can teleport to match lanes on the other side of the map if they need it to be. This is something that the LPL does very, very effectively, and particularly Scout innovated this within the LPL. I wonder what Guilty Spark sounds like in German. Me too. Maybe I should go look that up. I actually forget. You don't actually hear him that much in the actual game itself. Okay, well, whatever. BLG, easy kill for them. Another turret. Anyone's Legend. I mean, I guess you could say BLG probably could have looked to pull the trigger more. Use a Lilia ult, just search for it. Lilia into Yone, see if you can one-shot. You should be able to one-shot at this point. Got a ton of gold. 6,000 gold lead, no Baron taken for BLG. Don't need that. Bloody Paddles giving them more experience and damage as well. Since you've seen a lot of speedrunning, did you like the glitching scene? Yeah, I've watched a lot of that. Hang on a second. Here we said we could see them pull the trigger. Knight going forwards. Not getting anything from this, though. Well, at least BLG a bit... Well, Anyone's Legend have been... They've been as disciplined, I think, as they are allowed to be with this gold deficit. I think one of the common fallacies about League of Legends is saying, oh, but why did they get caught out here? That lost them the game. No, the 15 minutes of before that have actually lost them the game, and it was a miracle that they've been playing 15 minutes as cleanly as that, actually, without dying as much. Haven't been able to get that much out of it, but... God, 2 levels ahead in top lane, 2 levels ahead in mid lane, 2 in jungle. Bot lane is okay, and... even Nico's down a level. Oh, poor Anyone's Legend. Well, we are inevitably heading towards a game 3. It's just in what manner it goes towards it. Third item almost built up from Bin. Looks like he's going towards a Warden's Mail into the... What am I call it? Randuin's Omen. I'm actually not sure whether Yorick's Q counts as a crit. I don't think it does. Sometimes things get a little bit weirdly affected like that. Fishing for Swirl Seeds. Prime maritime real estate here, those Swirl Seeds, when you fish for them. Maokai giving decent vision. It is the Leandries into the Bloodletter's Curse for some magic damage from Anyone's Legend. Of course, it is a full AD composition besides that Maokai, but being 3,000 gold behind doesn't exactly mean you want to build that much magic resist either. There is a Merc Treads on way, of course, for the extra tenacity. BLG not exactly forcing the issue that well, though, are they? Just kind of waltzing around the map, taking stuff for free, but not forcing it, really. Infinity Edge for Knight. Ugh. Yeah, there are 3 items for the Corki. That does help. I mean, you know what? We are actually getting towards the point in the game where Corki and Miss Fortune are fed enough that if BLG fall asleep a bit and someone gets caught out, they have enough damage to pick off a carry. You know, what happens if Jin gets caught in a bad spot? What happens if Knight or Bin get caught in a bad spot? They will... Well, anyone, really. Maybe not the Rel. The Rel's quite hard to kill. Is that a real cat or some kind of alert? I think that was Maokai or Yorick. It's Maokai, right? For the Meowkai? No, it's not. Well, it wasn't me. I didn't meow. You'd never catch me meowing live on mic. Why did I say that? Why? This and more on the hour at our headlines in 5 minutes. Lies? What do you mean, Angie? Never done that in my life. On. Wow, okay. Hexgate into a play here potentially. Nope. Someone kill someone, for God's sake! These are 2 of our best teams in the LPL. Can I get 1 order of team fight, please? What's that? Team fight machine broken? Understandable. Have a nice day. Yorick pushing up a side lane again. This is what happens when you don't give me my ADHD gaming. I need my Subway Surfers here at LPL. And I get bored. Ooh, double swirl. Oh, that's good. Double swirl seed. No cleanse on Shanks, and that could have been it. Oh, come on. I wonder whether Knight could have gone forwards and looked for a QSS through the Maokai into a play that chooses not to. Surely with the Infinity Edge, that's the play. Come on, BLG. You can force fights better than this. 3 Hextech Dragons going towards the Soul, but why do they have to play towards the Hextech Soul? That was an easy play to get. Suppose with Flash away from Shanks, it means they can get towards the team fight easier now. They have protected their vision. Anyone's Legend without their Maokai ult. Well, they blue trinket the Prit. I don't think that's going to help them that much. Tarzan does have... Oh, they have Flash. Surely we don't let them get in range for a Baron Steal. Knight doesn't want to get to come towards that. Tarzan will die. No steal attempt happening because the jungler is dead. On flashes forwards and Kyle flip back over the shoulder. On's done that rodeo before. Nico goes down. There we go. There's our play. At BLG, I think with the 2 dead, with 6 scrubs buffed up by the Ruinous Atacon, this should be the game. There is no one left to defend the carries. Come on, BLG, with the Baron buff in. Here comes On. Doesn't land the kill there, but the W comes forwards. QSS coming through from Shanks. Maybe that's why they didn't go before. I didn't see if he actually finished that one off before. That could have actually been a big change. Knight goes forwards, doesn't pop the ultimate. Shanks no flash, no QSS now. Dangerous positions. W Valkyrie away from. Inhibitor goes down. Look how quick these towers go down. It's about 7 auto attacks for their 6, the full house of grubs. Plus the Ruinous Atacon to take a tower. Knight gets bopped on the head by a Q. Doesn't get that much damage back. And the game doesn't end. Double inhibitor down means that Anyone's Legend, their job of holding out and trying to hyperscale somehow is just sliding back into the abyss. Thank you, Mango. Good to listen about games of 4 hours of bosine saying condensates. Oh god, don't remind me of my physics degree, man. Oh, you don't like hearing about, you know, phonons and stuff too, material science? Full mercurial scimitar for Knight as well. Always liked a good scimitar, fun weapon. Teleport on top side. Oh, please don't bully the Yorick again. Oh, Yorick has flash. Oh, ulting forwards first. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage, but the E comes through. The knockup has to force the cancel of the bullet time. And there's an engage in mid lane as well. The discipline that Anyone's Legend have tried to put on display has really not amounted to that much. Yes, there's a marker elsewhere, but it's not going to lead to that much. 1 kill onto On is not what they needed. Double kill over to Elk. BLG, their first game of the day, was not good at all. Anyone's Legend, though, didn't even get a look into this game. Ben is currently tanking double Nexus turrets, and that is not really good, and not recommended by your chiropractor for carrying. Last shot lands. Much better accuracy than earlier in the game. BLG, embarrassed in game 1, slapped back in game 2, and we have a 3-game series. Well, we didn't get a 5v5 to end that game. Much better from anyone, from not Invictus game. Oh, BLG. That was a game of all time. Not the most exciting, but sometimes that's what you've got, folks. Hello, folks. My name is Nymaera. I'm sorry if I went a little bit off topic there, but how the hell... Someone typing the curse of Ra in my chat. But yeah, in those kind of games, you talk about the gameplay once, and then you've done it. Really? Who's the MVP? It has to be Knight. Knight for the 4-man ultimate is play afterwards. I think Knight has to be the MVP, though. Honestly, I would give him an honorary MVP for putting up with his teammates in game 1 as well. He literally just sprinted it down live on stage. Sometimes it happens that way. So game 3 between 2 of our top teams. Okay. Not really that much to say about that. Felt like Anyone's Legend had a composition which had some winning lanes to get through early game to go towards a wombo combo later into the game. Obviously, it didn't work out as simply as that, did it? And we're left now with the game 3. Wait for some highlights and we'll take a break and I'll reset my mental. Knight saved that game with that bot side skirmish. I think if Anyone's Legend get that bot side skirmish, I think the game looks a lot different, because I think they actually have a platform to relieve pressure on the Yorick, allow Yorick to split push, and then maybe go through the game like that. Elk literally ran it down the minefield in game 1. I can't believe he did that. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Fullman and Ray. Epitaxy is fun too. I actually don't know Epitaxy. Oh, that was a bit of a strat. That was a bit of a slog, folks. I know what Elk's accuracy with Jhin was this game. Well, he had the 0 for 4 under top lane turret. I can't remember the other rolls. Oh, there was the one in bot side jungle when Tarzan had to flash over the wall, and I think that was 1 for 3 in that one too. Honestly, it was a bit boring at the end, but it kind of like how BLG closed this. They're usually faster on the trigger, and you can get more resources at this position to get way more in hand and fight after. I think, yeah, this is the thing. From the 2 games today, look, I know that BLG are not a regular season team all the time. I mean, look how dominant that was, though. They're not always a regular season try-hard team. They'll sometimes take it easy, though. But I expect better for them in some parts of the game because I know how well they can play. And I do hold them to such high standards, especially against what could be title rivals in Anyone's Legend. I think BLG, AL, top esports, potentially IG as well. We'll see how they evolve over the split, of course. I think IG not in that conversation currently after losing to both these teams. But they could be. BLG need to take these games seriously. More or less useful than the Yorick Shady. What do you hate more? What are my top four LPL teams right now? Anyone's Legend quite clearly. Anyone's Legend, top esports. BLG. Do I trust JDG? They didn't look great the other day. Why is the Jin ult sound permanently playing? Why do we have permanent Jin ult sound? Why do we just have Jin's backing track in the background? What the hell? But then I don't think it's IG right now. Is it Weibo? I mean, is it JDG, Weibo, or IG, I guess? I put JDG over. I think it's JDG right now, but I think that'll change. I think there's a potential of that changing. Right, I need to put some adverts on soon. Whatever, we'll do the MVP and then we'll do them afterwards. Put some adverts on them. But I think BLG, Anyone's Legend, top esports, they're solid lock for top 4. And then I think 4th spot is actually quite mutable right now. Why is there so much meowing in YouTube chat? Twitch, you're losing out the meowing race. You're getting mogged on by YouTube chat. Not in Onivia's yet, though. I thought NIP, I wish the NIP was top 4. They're one of the most exciting teams to watch. There we go. Oh, God. Meow. That's a lot of meows, damn. Wow, now we actually have meowing in every single chat. What a blessed... Jesus Christ. It's all caps as well. Man, I can't show you every... I mean, I need to get a way to show you all of my chats at once. Because that would be very funny. Okay, who do you think... I mean, it has to be Knight MVP, right? We'll see the highlights and then we'll go into our ad break. Ugh. I'm sad I expected more from Yorick. I think Yorick did very well playing under the pressure of the early game, and the rest of the team did not hold up their end of the bargain. There was meant to be a point where the pressure was relieved and the Yorick could split push. That just never came. They lost everywhere on the map. You can't lose all lanes. Because it means that no one has to pay respect to the MF pushing, or a combo coming from MF Yorick as you're rotating, or the Corki as well, getting activity on the other side of the map. Basically, the Corki got fed a load of turrets, and the Yorick just was left out to dry in every side lane. I actually don't think that's Floundre's fault. I think it's an okay Yorick angle, as long as you get through the early game. And obviously, that was not the case. Oh, come on, we'll get ourselves. Come on, it'll be MVP now. Now. Yeah, Flandre's bad. Heard you loud and clear, streamer. Thanks. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I definitely said that it's all Flandre's fault. Yay. Oh, I didn't say now. Now. On gets MVP. No way. Oh, I guess he got the solo kill. I thought it'd be Knight, though. I thought it'd be Knight. That 4-man ult saved the game. I mean, there was the solo kill from On. And he was active. But, I mean, oh, in fairness, this was insane. You know what? This was actually game-saving, too. Actually, remembering that early play there, I'm less upset by that. I still would have voted Knight. But On getting that solo kill in bot lane straight into that bot side play was really important. So you know what? I feel less bad about that now. But that being said, I feel like Honorary and Knight should get the MVP just because of what the hell he had to go through in game 1. Alrighty, I'll do that thing where I run adverts. Which I already did meow on camera for you. I already did that. What do you mean? Okay, time to give some other players time to shine, not Knight. I think that, oh man. Jesus Christ. I gotta go take a, no, I've actually gotta, I left my oven on, I gotta go check the oven, I gotta check the oven. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Meow. His oven is shut up, Angie. They don't need to know that. Anyone's Legend, choose blue side. Their first blue side game of the series.
和生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
当风组的话，就每个队友都很强吧，然后也每个队友的风格也不一样，所以要小心的点也挺多，然后也其实就多强队嘛，所以一个比赛都很重要吧。最近我们队友状态的话也就还行吧，然后我们也最近通过比赛和训练赛的时候一直在进步，所以我们一直坚持住这样就行。下一场打 BLG 的话，他们也是很强的队友吧，然后我们也注意前期和中期的语音吧，应该前期很重要吧。感觉 BLG 位移选手的话，最近英雄都蛮会玩的吧，都版本打野都是会玩，然后多注意一点位吧。就给队友说的话，现在还早嘛，然后我们后面也还有很多时间，所以我们慢慢来吧，别着急。
我觉得这个版本 AD 的地位其实还是更多的需要选择版本强势的英雄嘛，然后去面对对线，然后生存环境，因为这版本，如果上路是格温的话，可能有点难打团吧，然后拉耶菲利的话，可能就更多的可以靠队友的控制，更好的生存下来。下一场对阵 AL 嘛，然后因为自己是下路线，所以更多的是关注于下路吧，然后上一场看了他们和滔博的比赛，就感觉他们下路打的都非常的好吧，然后也非常的有进攻性，然后面对他们就需要我们自己选好英雄吧，然后去好好沟通，去注意对线。登峰组之前，我们整个队伍也一直在解决问题，然后每个人都去更加的相信队友吧，然后我觉得这一点做得非常的好吧。然后在登峰组的时候，我们也能够以更好的面貌就展现出来给大家吧。
Oh, thank you, Zara, for the 2 gift subs. I appreciate that. I'm back. Hello. Hello, everyone. There we go. Nice. So much gold content right now. Oh, did I show everyone else? Onivia sent these over. So we have a bunch of like laser engraved like wooden coasters. So we might do a giveaway for these at some point. Haven't figured out how we do that, or I think we do it around playoffs, but we haven't figured out exactly how to do it. But there's some really cool ones actually. So there's like Chibi, Ari, and Evelyn, which are kind of cool. So those are cool. And then there's a couple of different ones for different roles. So there's these. And then yeah, and there's different champions as well. Wukong and Ari. And then Jackson Zed. The Zed one I think is actually really cool. I think this one's really cool. But yeah, we might do a giveaway of some of these, just as a little something, you know, just a little thanks for supporting us and whatever. I know it's not the biggest thing ever, but you know, it's cool. It's cool. So keep your eyes on that. We'll announce it on stream if we are going to do that, of course. But yeah, eyes open, folks. 1v1 Yuumi. Someone should definitely set up a 1v1 like something stupid. I think that'd be really funny, just to see if they could like win with really obscure champions. Oh, this is really cool. I know, right? But then obviously I like the Ari one. Of course I do. But yeah, Hope and Shanks are so good. No other duo carry harder when they get fed. I think Hope on Kaiser especially is going just absolutely ape mode right now. He's going beast mode. He's going fantastic. We have 808 subscribers, like an 808 drum. May I ask a question? Do I like Alice in Chains? Not the one in my basement. The band, I mean. Yeah, I do. In fact, I like Alice in Chains both before and after the singer died, actually. I do like the God Put the Dinosaurs Here album. I like Hollow quite a lot. But yeah, no, I mean the Dirt album is classic. Grunge, like the original grunge scene, is one of my favorite genres of music. I'm a huge Nirvana fan, huge Soundgarden fan. I like Pearl Jam, like Alice in Chains. What's the top 4 in LPL? In your opinion, top esports BLG, AL, JDG? Yeah, I think that's what we settled on here as well when we were talking about it earlier. But yeah. You're buying the new Ari statue? Which one was it? Is that the... If it was the... Because did they just announce a new one? I think they did. I already got the... Ari... The other Ari one. What they have, like, the faker Ari one. Stun Temple Pilots? I listened to a bit of them, but not that much, actually. No Jin as ear coaster. Would love to snag a Jin one. I mean, it's kind of lucky dip, right? There's some cool ones, right? Oh no, I have the Spirit Blossom one. Oh yeah, no, there's the new classic Ari one. I actually haven't seen pre-orders for that yet. If anyone knows where there are pre-orders, let me know. It's 2 to 3 feet tall. Are you fucking kidding me? What? But also, money's kind of tight right now, so... Maybe I need to get paid for that. Well, whatever. Game 3, folks. Anyone's Legend on their first game of blue side in the series. What's left up in our IPs? Gwen and Vi taken off the table. Still no game of Callista just yet. Banning Gwen blue side, especially for Flandre as well. He's looked so good on the Gwen. When does it become unreasonable for me? That's a very good question. I am questioning it myself. Varus ban, of course, very lane dominant as well. Misfortune, one of our other lane dominant picks. Ezreal feels very strong at this point in the draft. Rumble ban away. What top laners do we have left? Now that's a question, isn't it? Sion, potentially quite good here now, actually. Both these top laners had incredible games in Sion recently. Azir taken away. Ooh, Neferi left up and available. Suppose you could go towards someone like a Sejuani for Wei, which is another one of his more comfort picks. Highlighted Callista before. No Nico to pair in alongside it. Can go for the Renata. Especially no... I think you can go for the Renata, knowing that only really... Well, maybe Ashe Seraphine cause you issues. And we did highlight the Sion as well. Front to back from BLG. So I'm buying time for the Callista. Easy engage. Now, did anyone Legend... The problem is, if anyone's Legend go for Ezreal, I don't think you can go for Ezreal Karma, because Karma and Neferi is a god-awful jungle support duo. It might win you lane, but the Karma having 0 CC doesn't help you in Neferi. This is a worry for me now. Indexing into winning lane. You can still go for the Renata for on instead of going towards, you know, Callista Braum or something like that if there was a melee support for anyone's Legend. Renata would have been fine there too. You've indexed into winning bot lane for Hope and Kael. You didn't do that last time with your Misfortune Nico, which is very good in early lane. Not by enough, anyway. Sion, Callista, Renata is a hell of a team fight combo already. And Neferi diving into this duo who can then bail out the Callista and then also throw the ult down to stop follow-up makes it very hard to play the Neferi as a diving assassin. Tanks being banned away by BLG now. You need to ban away CC from these roles. If you can get rid of the easy engage, anyone's legend will be left with 0 engage. Sion and Kalista can just press their R buttons, run at you, throw Renata out a Pokeball, slam Sion's face into you. And it's kind of game over. By having Zyra removed. His AP junglers are strong. Lilia we saw in that last game. Galio taken as well, maybe afraid of a Camille Galio combo. Talia was banned away earlier too. I think Ryze is really good here for Knight. Again, someone that can unexpectedly start fights. Realm up on top of the Ezreal. What are you left with here? Syndra, not always the best at tank killing. Pretty good at playing that long-range standoff. Good laner versus the Ryze. We don't see much of it. You know what? I'd actually prefer the Syndra over the Victor. You need CC. You need CC, and Victor is follow-up. Anyone's legend have locked in a 0 CC composition. Flandre must find an engaging top laner. There is no Ornn. There is no Sion. What do you play here? You have decent range, but I don't think that's enough. Not when BLG can pull the trigger so effectively. What do you do here? Oh, it's Neferi top lane. We're going to have Neferi top lane. This changes everything. Flandre, Neferi top lane. Sejuani going into the jungle. We've seen some solo queue, but none being played in pro. We've seen some Hail of Blades. We've seen some Electrocute. That Neferi going to do a lot of damage into the Sion. That Sion hates playing against that bleed. And the continual damage. Viego locked in for Wei. You still have quite... Hang on a second. Oh, is this Sejuani top lane? Sejuani top lane. I was assuming it's going to be Neferi because it has been played into this matchup in solo queue. It's a popular matchup. Sejuani top lane, we haven't seen since 2022, realistically. Maybe a little bit at the start of 2023. Typically good into mini-nart. Not always the best versus tanks. You typically go for the ignite and the teleport if you're going into a squishy matchup you think can actually kill. I feel like Sejuani just does a worse job than the Sion, though. Neferi can come in and try and gank that. Maybe you hyper-gank top lane and hope that the other lanes win themselves. This Sejuani is the only engage for anyone's legend. They've been into the kitchen, and it smells of smoke. Let's see if they've burned it. Or whether it's a Flandre flambe. Game 3. BLG, slow start to the day. We've known their game 1s have been poor, but we still have to criticize them for the mistakes in their gameplay. Anyone's legend. Game 2, they got out-muscled in the early game, and I'm afraid that's going to happen here again. Well, they picked the winning lane of the Ezreal Karma. We shall see whether they can overcome the infamous bot lane of Elk and Ornn on their Kalista Renata, which they have gained so much notoriety for over their careers. And if they get out of that, they'll somehow have to pilot this composition with very lacking CC against a very, very scary BLG composition. Five people strong at level 1, trying to secure bush vision. Healing to get a handshake. Flandre has flash. That's a great gravity wave of the field. Gets a 4-man stun. Is that going to be enough? The Ezreal has to press the attack, and the level 1 damage is nasty as hell. Elk, remember, does have the barrier. Fireworks at level 1. What was blown? Heal from Kyle, flash from Flandre. Ben loses his flash, and Ornn loses his heal as well. Elk not able to recall. Ah, that's a problem, isn't it? Because he's sat here on half HP. Do they know that he's still in here? He just cancels the recall. Cancels the recall. Knight's hanging around as well. They're going to walk up there. Shanks is still around. Remember, Shanks has the W star. Oh, the handshake. Kyle has the flash, but is it going to be enough? Elk has no bailout, remember. He does have the spears, but they're not enough. BLG go for the level 1, but they lose the first blood. Gravity Field is immediately flashed out of by Knight. Hope if he gets one more Q, maybe add something difficult into the equation. Body block from Elk, from On rather, saves him. BLG, try something strange at the level 1. End up losing Elk the first wave of the game. Anyone's legend. Is it completely cooked? Or are they cooking? Knight teleporting into the mid lane. Started with that W, but yeah, Shanks has a gravity field himself. It's not exactly the best damage early on, but hey, he gets the stun there. It's about the best level 1 gravity field usage I've ever seen in pro play. It's a 4-man stun, flash out. Good trade at level 1 against Knight as well. That's ridiculous. I've never seen a level 1 gravity field be like that before. Insanity. Elkanon, now playing from behind of XP, and after the first back, Hope is going to be oh so much stronger than Kalista. Tarzan Spotter going towards bot side. Going into the enemy jungle. Now, what Wei will want to do is take one camp. Ooh, tower shot to Kyle. That's kind of spooky, actually. Kyle has no flash. If Elk wants to go for something, that'd have been the time to do it. Ooh, but Hope hits the level 2. Tarzan can maybe go for a flash. And he does. Gets the Q, and he will take that kill and use the W to get out. Neferi tower dies, everyone. Has a fizzy on there. Fizz-E on their W. What the hell? Kill onto On. They didn't expect him to be there. Great eviscerate into the double daggers. Darkened daggers, rather. Double daggers is actually the Zaya Q. Tarzan now walking into mid lane. Grab field, no flash for Knight. Ooh, gets out of that quickly, though. Tarzan, I don't think he's got enough to be here. Shanks could flash forwards. Ooh, now that makes things interesting. Knight to get the bleed onto him. He's safe, though. Knight has always been a master of pushing up heavily in the early game. Drawing a gank, but then escaping it. Yes, he often uses his flash, but that's typically his game plan. Plays with reckless abandon in the first few levels. Anyone's legend. Coming out swinging. Also worth noting that Wei didn't lose any of his camps for this. Some cheers from the crowd. How does BLG still have a gold lead? Well, I guess it's even now, but it's a good question, actually. Oh, teleport in. Shanks has flash, but is that going to be enough? Yeah, not sure about that one. Flashes in early. Tarzan's here. Has a grab field. Is it going to be enough? The auto attacks fly through. Not enough to get the kill. Tarzan's here, and as is Hope. And Kyle could go forwards for a root himself. And On has the bailout, but can't do enough. Gets the E onto across the team. Anyone's legend. Quicker on the response. And deadly with it. BLG initiate the play, but Tarzan, Hope, and Kyle come to the savior. Come to be the savior, rather, of Shanks. Anyone's legend rotations have been so crucial. BLG falling prey to anyone's legend and their awareness of the map. Slow lands onto Knight. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble now. He gets passive. The root's not going to land. Frickin' hell. Knight makes it out alive. Kyle on this Karma, getting so much value. Later into the game, it will be very hard to play this combination. On will get himself a Mikhail's. And that'll be able to shrug off the Sejuani ultimate. Which is why AL need to be doing this. And it was like to need to be ahead of the game. If it gets to a point where it's 5v5s, the Kalista and Nada hugely outvalue the Ezreal and the Karma. Knight ahead in gold, has a kill, has significant CS lead as well from the early parts of the game. Just a wave, but a wave at 5 minutes up is worth noting. Bin is also ahead too. Hope playing so well in this early game too. Good bounces. Grub's not being... Well, the Fury's up towards the Grubs. Dragon being taken before it's gone down. I wonder whether BLG calling 4 people over the Dragon mean that they want to rush this and then get towards the Grubs in time to contest them as well. Shanks spotted here. Knight not level 6 yet, so can't do any funky Realm Warp shenanigans. No contest on the Grubs. They'll know it's being done now. They'll know. But they don't want to fight. That makes sense. Ezreal on the top side of the map could do some dirty things to them. Control ward cleared by Knight earlier means that Shanks is now alone on this side of the map. Flandre just teleported top lane as well. But the wave being dead, and Victor getting towards level 6 off of the... he gets level 6 off of this. You do not want to be here. I don't think this is great, folks. Where's the gravity field? Put it down at his feet. Has the Chaos Storm. He'll clear out the wave minimum. Kyle was here. Feigling! German Scion says as he runs into them. Cowards! I learned that the other day. Flandre left alone on top side. Who's casting? I'm casting, Sen. My name's Nymaera. You'll see my name in the bottom left-hand corner. Teleport up towards it. Ezreal ult. Is that going to tag him as he comes out of it? No, not the right timing. Remember, Knight can... Well, Tarzan can reset the aggro. Sejuani, double passive. Gets the first one, uses his ult to tag it again, and that's 40% of your max HP just shredded off of you. Bad teleport from Knight. Shanks at least got the wave cleared out last time with his ultimate. Knight can't do the same with his combo. Q. Ooh, nasty. Roar Slayer gonna come through as well, potentially. Ooh, Graphics gonna stop him. Wonder whether he could use that shield coming out of the brush. Another Q. Ooh, misses that one. Greed a little bit for too much charge. No worries, Sen. No worries. Don't you worry about that. AP Sejuani. Oh my god. Are we getting Rod of Ages Sejuani? What? Flandre, my dude, has been doing some cooking. This is the man that brought out Tank Jace to your screens in Demacia Cup and brought that build into the meta. He has forever been an innovator, has Flandre, over his many years of play. He was going against the grain in the LPL as a carry top laner in the years of 2015 to 2017, before the likes of the Shy revolutionized that for the rest of them. They were tank top laners in the LPL at that time, but not Flandre. He was the carry god of the era for that role. Another Q. Fucking hell, Ben's doing a lot of work. I can't believe we're getting Roa Sejuani. That's fantastic. You know what? I love to see it. I mean, Sejuani has so much random passive resist and benefits a lot from having that HP. You can't exactly build it in the jungle because you don't have enough income to get to it, even with it being a cheap item. Heartsteel gives you a lot better stats for that role, but I think Flandre is onto something here. I like this. If you see a blind pick tank, why not? Maybe not as good as into... Maybe not as good as it was into Gnar in the past. Ooh, he misses from Shanks. He doesn't have his flash bits coming up in the next few seconds, and it's not going to be up in time. However, Tarzan will claim a kill anyway. Has an ult, and Bin doesn't necessarily have the easiest way out of this anymore. Has the red buff, keeps attacking down. Has the Conqueror as well. That is a lot of damage to him, and his W, well, I guess they'll still be on cooldown. The Q stacks up. Burns the bleed and applies it again. Tarzan, you can see the damage he does to the Scion. That's why I thought it was going to be the Neferi top lane at first, by the way. Flandre. Good damage there, actually. Remember, he has the ult for the extra pass if he wants to, and he gets it there. Good damage. Knight needs to be careful. Flandre! Goddamn, nearly solo kills Knight. Is there an Ezreal ult? It's not on cool. It's on cooldown. It's on cooldown. No, Ezreal ult. Flandre! Pushing the limits, and Knight not respecting that damage from the Sejuani. Has to use his ult to get out. I wonder what... This has got to be something that Tabe, Flandre, and the crew have been cooking up for a while. Love to see it. Elkin on. Not doing what they need to on the Ezreal and the Kalista on the Renata as well. The level 1 kind of threw them under the bus, and then they didn't spot Tarzan coming around. Great play from Tarzan. I think this game, particularly the early game, as opposed to game 1, is more about the good plays from Anyone's Legend rather than the mistakes from BLG. The mistakes from BLG, yes, there have been some, but I feel like it's more been Anyone's Legend and their strategy and their early wisdom on the map, really. Whereas game 1, it felt like it was just a lot of mispositioning and misplays within team fights, poor decision making. This is the Anyone's Legend that people are excited about. I am excited about this team. I want to see how far the Pandas can go. Knight, slight advantage on the rise. I will say, the later this game goes, the more I feel better for BLG, though. We will keep returning to that. Praise AL for what they've done right now. They need this early game lead. Getting 6 scrubs will certainly help them with that. However, later into the game, they have damage, but very little way to lock down BLG into the places that they need them to. Hey, Brackish, good to see you. Dragon is available. Anyone's Legend. Strong Ezreal to play around at this point. Strong Sejuani too, I suppose. Dragon not started, with mid lane push more important for both these teams. Remember, anyone's Legend, they slip up. Viego resets can win a team fight for them. Bin, walking down. They will know there's only one grub taken, because they can see if they press tab that only 4 on the scoreboard. And of course they see Nefiri there. Spotted all the way down. Knows he's spotted on that wall though, because they pinged it out. They see from that red highlight. BLG know there's a wall there. They pinged it. They are aware that AL are aware. You know, it's like when a canine gains self-awareness, you know. It's a werewolf. Q misses from Kyle. Teleport in. Do they see us in the brush? Backing off. San comes in. Wave pushed in towards top side. So Flandre losing a little bit. Flandre goes in, and the ult misses. That's important. On. A lot of damage towards him. Remember, they have the cholesterol to keep him safe. Tarzan over the wall. Has a flank angle. You have the Ren, but the Ren doesn't work, and BLG lose the Dragon. Bin's caught in the front line. Chaos Storm onto Wave. That definitely helps. No resets have come through just yet. And Tarzan gets the first kill. Wei has to flash out, and BLG have flubbed their fight. Yes, the zombie does work, and in fact, it'll do so much work, it'll claim one back. But they lose the Dragon even with the Ren stacked up. Tarzan, a crucial smite for his team. Tarzan, the first pick Nefiri, even with very little CC to set up for it, and it missing. Gets the smite steal into a good fight. BLG, what is happening to this team today? Misusing the smite Ren. And then they could go back and get the 6 grubs anyway. What is happening here? BLG, so normally confident in their team fighting ability. Misplay that. Bin overcharges his Q. Goes too far. Doesn't land a good ult either. I mean, Bin had a fantastic Sion game just the other day, but this was a failed fight. Knight gets some decent damage now, but there's no reset. No reset for the Viego, which is often what wins you this fight. At least they get one back there. I mean, thank God they get one back. That was very, very poor from BLG. The Ren smite failing though. God, that's not it. It's not it. Okay, AL. Stop the dragon stacking. 6 grubs. Moderate gold lead. Hard composition to play, but they have the tools to play it with now, I think. Double Rod of Age is stacking up. A Fed Nefiri. If BLG overpush, someone dies. AL still need to show that skill set which BLG called out earlier though. Discipline. If they're disciplined, BLG don't get those free resets. Makes it a lot easier to play the game. This game can slip away very, very quickly. Especially when you have Rise Realm Warp. Sion ult. The unstoppable force running towards you. It's unstoppable onslaught. One of the things. Only Rise has a gold lead for BLG. AL claim all of the rest of them to smaller and larger amounts. Swifties bought up for Knight, in fact. Wanting to outpace the gravity field. Bin has been given the side lane duty against Shanks. So I don't think that's bad, actually. But then again, the Sejuani was doing quite a lot against the Rise before. Also, worth noting that the Swifties work against the W from Sejuani too. This is an important boots buy from Knight. I think he makes the right choice. Swifties make a lot of difference here, actually. Wonder how much they played against this kind of stuff in scrims. Wonder if that's practiced or something that was made up on the fly. I like it, though. See here. Has the passive. Uses the Swifties. Flandre gets a good combo onto him, but again, you can see that Knight feels more safe this time. That being said, Elk... Okay... Right, no cholesterol for a little while. Herald spawning. Knight forced to recall. Flandre really bullying out this matchup. Yes, the Swifties do help in terms of the Q2, but if you get hit by the W2, but the Q definitely hurts. Hope getting great skill shot accuracy, and of course no cholesterol now. So you can't walk up to this. Anyone's Legend getting everything. VLG, some very weird decisions being made. Way on top side. Tarzan puts a ward over the wall. Remember, on, no cholesterol. Much easier to pick him off now. Knight's going to recall. Does he teleport into the play, though? I don't know. I think that BLG don't really want to fight. Okay, so they don't want it. So Sejuani teleporting topside, giving up a 6 Grub plus Herald combination to anyone's Legend at the price of Knight getting a wave in towards bot side. Victor's going to clear out topside. It is going to be a turret for BLG. They will get, you know, they'll get a tower. Anyone's Legend already have the feats of strength, so the first tower doesn't matter for that. Tarzan going behind mid lane. Alk needs to really, really be on his toes here. Remember, no teleport from Knight to answer this play. We are fighting in a 4v4 in this side of the map, in mid. Hope actually does get a heal from Kyle there. Tower lives. Now, that actually is quite important. I thought it would just straight up die. Shanks pushing top side with the 6 grubs. Knight will trade on the bot side. Both mid laners getting good gold. Mid lane does fall. 2 for 1 turret trade. BLG behind the game. Hang on, I thought that the Glizzy Neferu was competitively bad. Well, whatever. It's fine here. Dragon started by BLG. Trying to stack up to 2. No rend on it this time. Guess you can't fail that, right? Level 11 Tarzan. Could go in for the flash and then E over. Chooses not to. Elk needs to be a little bit careful here. And there goes Tarzan, but he's blast coned into his team. Ultimate down. Doesn't find the target he wants. Ezreal goes across the team. Not onto Elk, only onto On. That's the problem of having no CC from anyone's Legend. They do get a lot of chunk, though. So while they can't finish the kills, with 6 grubs and the map opening up, they get a very easy turret. On the other side of the map, Bin will have Demolish with a lot of HP to try and take down the other side. Demolish, of course, makes you a split-pushing threat. Flandre, full stack Rod of Ages is called out in chat. That's completely worth calling that out. Trading turret for turret. You know, I thought that the Sejuani would be a worse version of the Scion later on into the game. But maybe I can be convinced by this Roa build. Maybe I can be convinced. BLG is scared to fight. Yeah, looks like it a bit, doesn't it? I mean, you are playing against a very long-range team with the Victor Ezreal Karma. And even the Neferu can just press W if you try and engage onto her. I think BLG losing their lane leads means that they feel a lot less powerful than they should be. Flandre maxed out on that Q ability. One of the... level 14, man. Sejuani's not meant to get these kind of levels. It's balanced for jungle. Saras for Knight. How much can this rise to? If you get the right angle as Rise, I think you run down one of these members. Like, the way that Ezreal plays against Rise is, you hit him with a Q. Hang on a second. Tarzan's gone forwards and Wei has also flashed into the play. That was a decision of all time. Ult goes on to the Renata who Mikhails and gets ulted. Why both at the same time? What are the comms like? Why is this not being discussed? The Mikhail's so important. The Cholesterol's so important. BLG deprive themselves of another playmaking tool. These are simple mistakes, which anyone's Legend are forcing easily. Difficult to play composition from anyone's Legend, particularly because they only have one Sejuani ult. They shouldn't be able to blow through the Mikhails and also the Callisto ult at the same time. But they do that because of a mistake. They put the pressure on, and they make a... suppose it's a forced error. I'd call it an unforced one, but... anyone's Legend go towards the Atacam. It's the Ruinous version. 7,000 HP. Wei's not here. Can't smite if he's not in range. Flandre over the wall. That's a decent Renata ult. And they start to hit each other. That's a lot of work. Remember, they're all shredded. And there's a steal on the Atakan. Wei makes up for the dragon earlier, and the flowers start to come through. Knight does his shield. Tarzan has to flash out. Sion has the zombie, but he doesn't have that much HP. No resets coming through. Lot of damage onto BLG through from anyone's Legend. Bin has a shield, but I don't think it's enough. Flandre trying to get Knight, and he does get him. The spears are the enough. No, Wei goes down, and Elk will with it. BLG get a steal, but they don't get the fight. Anyone's Legend outplay BLG for the nth time today. BLG sent packing. BLG can steal as many of those Atacans as they want, but they don't get themselves the flowers, they don't get themselves... well, they don't have any grubs to buff up with it either. They failed the fight. There was no spectacular realm up to be brought in. The front line can't close down the targets, and Annual's Legend, they just play a slow fight to walk them down, basically, once the CC was gone. Shanks will pick up the rest of the flowers. They'll go to, what, about 40 or so. What happens here? Flandre's not here, and of course doesn't have ults. Great ults over the wall. That is actually so important, especially with the shred from the Atakan too. Chaos Storm forces them back. Knight is effectively cut out of the fight by Chaos Storm and Tarzan. They put a lot onto this Ryze, so it's not onto him. It needs to be on to Elk, and it has to be onto Wei to get something. Wei doesn't get the best W there. Has to flash backwards as well. The bush hide Q technique from Bin. Not enough. And just as they get the reset, dies the last autos. Doesn't even get that reset either for the Sejuani. BLG now very far behind. Very far behind. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. It's a Cloud Rift, of course, not... Well, no, in this kind of game, Cloud Rift is very important if you're playing towards that kind of close-down team fight. Bin has ult, and Shanks doesn't have flash. Misses the knock-up, though. Oh, and he's going to get grab fielded. Oh, Bin, I think he's fucked the engage. And BLG do get the Karma, though. Kyle might have actually just made a bit of a worse mistake. Bin survives through the Chaos Storm. And it's a 1-for-1. Dragon's still up. No Scion ult. No Kalista Renata ults. I think when all ults are down, Anyone's Legend feel a lot happier. Because they can play at range, play for Ezreal Qs, play for victories. Knight has a Realm Warp. Maybe that can help. They haven't really used that creatively so far. Maybe they could deliver Bin into the backline. Look how much damage that Shanks and Hope can get out. Rod of Ages into Leandri. He's doing a lot of work for Shanks. He's going towards the Voice Staff third. Ren's starting to get put onto the objective here. We're just wanting to get the Dragon and get out, potentially. Mikkel's used onto Bin. No Sejuani ult anymore, and they do get it this time. Realm Orb comes out. 5-man delivery back into their own jungle. BLG get the objective cleanly this time. Get out, and they have soul points. Sunday Night dies, so it's a 1-for-9. Yep. Yarp. That's the one. Oopsies. 5v4. Turns out when you're solo casting, you forget things sometimes. Or misread them. AL, have the 6 grubs. Don't have the Atakan to buff that up. 6 grubs are still 6 grubs. Bin, large shields. Trying to clear out the wave. No Baron on the table, of course. Not the best wave clear from BLG. Viking needs to be a little bit careful. The poke and the siege from Anyone's Legend, though. Their range really helping them. Wait, Gab saying disband or kick Wei or Knight? You never kick Knight, ever. Knight is the only reason this team is being held together. You take that back. Scion ult, ulting in from base. Tower likely to fall first. Trying to peel away from it. Knock up not landing onto Flandre. Bin. Another failed ult for the engage. And there's no follow-up. Now they get to peel back. BLG. Thought they'd be able to play a lot better around their early lane advantages and the ability for Scion to start fights. Maybe Realm Warps as well. That hasn't been the case. Surprised that no creative... Well, there was no Realm Warp in that fight, of course, but... BLG will really need to get one of them. Bring Yagao back. Man, what a goat. Baron spawned. BLG on soul point. 6,000 gold bar in there. Oof. Hope's had a fantastic game as well. Tarzan going for the Serpent's Fang makes a large difference versus that Scion. The Scion shields are incredibly important. Tarzan another deathless game? Yeah. His Neferi's been clean. Do BLG have a chance? They do, because they are still BLG and they have some incredibly good players if they pull the finger out. But it's slipping away from them. It is very much slipping away from them. They haven't got victories through side lanes right now. Big enough hostile takeover, though. Big enough reset at the start of a fight. And what is assumed to be a very large gold lead, and it is, can turn around. AL need to be very careful not to give good value. Ooh, nice there from Knight. Aggro's the Baron onto Tarzan. Give up Twitch players unusable? Damn, it's probably because it's in 1440 at max stuff, though. Hey, Mappy, good to see you. Slight mistake, and yeah, it is. But BLG, you have to give some respect to BLG, because like them or hate them on their level of form, they have an incredible upper ceiling, and occasionally they can pull out some of the best team fights you've ever seen. If this was another team in the LPL, I don't think you give them the same credence towards that. So I think that would be putting into, yeah, indexing into too much of an awkward scenario, really. On. Good damage onto him. Yeesh. I'd say, I'd give BLG maybe a 15% chance to win from here. They do have Soul Point coming up. Maybe they can go towards the Soul. That's a point, actually. They can go towards Soul. Use the objective. Because, of course, anyone's Legend don't want to stand on the objective. If they do, Cyanol against the wall of the Dragon Pit becomes very, very nasty. Anyone's Legend trying to maintain vision control around the Baron. Two items for Elk. 2,000 gold behind on the Callisto, though. It's been a bad day for Elk. It's been a bad day for Elk. Losing them that first game with Tristana jumps, amongst other things. The Renata has power still. But how do you... Your ults need to be very on point to reach a team that's so long range. Anyone's Legend, I think they do need to be afraid of objective pits. If they go into objective pits, things get difficult. Triple Negatron Cloak from BLG against the, you know, double AP solo lanes, magic damage solo lanes of Anyone's Legend. This Sejuani went towards the Unending Despair and then the Randuin's Omen. Jack Show for Bin. Okay, that's actually quite a big power spike now for Bin. Of course, he does have the Serpent's Fang against him, so if the bleed from Tarzan applies to him, that's going to be active on him for a very long time. I hate the Triforce Collector build on Viego. It does a lot of damage. If you hit the right target, it's a lot of damage. Because your ult does scale on crit. Oh, good damage from a single Q. Oh, yeah, if that ult hit, Elk would have been unable to fight for the dragon, which is spawning now. Oh, hits another Q there too. Elk, buddy. Getting mind read by Hope. Should have just jumped backwards out of the Q range. You have to jump backwards there. That Q to the side is a big mistake. You can heal off the wave a little bit. But now the dragon's being started. We're going for a steal. You can realm up him for a steal, I guess. What's the play? Bin. Ooh, sees everyone in the pit. No, nothing to happen here. Oh, onto the Baron. Okay, alright. Rageblade Callista. Stacking this up. Teleport coming in from the Sejuani. Sion can ult up, and he's trying to delay the rest of the team. The grab field is fantastic, though. Knight gets cleansed away from. Gets the speed out of the pit. We are flipping this with a Ren Smites for the Baron. Does it come through? It does, but Viego falls. They get the resets coming in for Tarzan, and I think BLG have traded their life for a Baron. Tarzan hops onto the targets he needs to, and 4 evaporates. BLG misplay around the objectives. Elk gets poked out before the dragon, and he can't fight. BLG, desperate, probably dead in the water. 6 scrubs allowing him to push in towards the Nexus will probably just end this game. Bin does have a Baron buff, but I don't think that's enough. I think Anyone's Legend have put BLG into that lose-lose scenario and will fell one of our titans here in the LPL. Grab field comes through. They just need to ignore the Scion. He can't clear the wave. The Baron buff is not enough, and BLG will fall to Anyone's Legend in our Ascend group. The Pandas take the victory. You're too entertaining to not go internationally? Anyone's Legend? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Tarzan had an excellent series today. I think Tarzan had an excellent series. And I think we just saw Knight get ran down by every single member of his team in varying degrees. One step closer to Panda World Skins? Yes, Samurai Panda, let's go. Could you imagine Panda Nunu? Could you imagine that? Wonderful. Baron for Nexus. That's not the play, BLG. Humbled today. And that'll do us for our games today. Another day here in the LPL. This is far from a infallible BLG team. Anyone's Legend, great tactical play. Great tactical play. I think that Kyle continues to be the best support within the LPL. I think that Tarzan massively out-jungled Wei. And I think that Anyone's Legend had a great grasp on their win conditions. They team fought much better today. They did lose to top esports, and they probably should have won that series too, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, oh yeah, Xerath had a roast to do as well. Deserved to, yeah, BLG did deserve to lose. They absolutely did, for sure. They did. Look, I don't think, look, you can call it Chinese, you can call it Mafia, you can call it match fixing or whatever. For me, this is stuff that we've always known about BLG. We've always known this stuff about them. Basically, every single, I mean, Bin was, I think, exempt from this for a while, but I think even he's joining this now. Every single member can flip games. And we saw that multiple times today. They have incredible upsides, but they can absolutely have their downsides too. Right. I need to go check if Sam's going to be streaming. I'll think about the roast for Xerath. Also, hi, by the way, enjoying for the win. I'm so sorry I'd missed that a little while ago. Okay. Bin's had an awful split. Awful year so far. Anyone's Legend, more like everyone's Legend. Or Absolute Legends, as Munchables would call it. As opposed to you, Xerath, you would be NL, and that's not Northern Lion, famous bald streamer. That's nobody's Legend, Xerath. Try again. Maybe if you spend more points, you'll get a good roll next time. I want to see Anyone's Legend at MSI. Yeah, same. So do I. I think so too. You streaming, Sam?
No, because I'm not gonna have time.
That's all good. Just wanted to check.
Otherwise, I was debating it and went for a nap instead.
BLG lost to Anyone's Legend, and
what score?
2-1.
Okay,
I just watched Knight get kind of like ran down by his whole team multiple times. I mean, the game through.
Some despicable moments. Hey, chat. Good to see you. I would normally stream, but I am due to be on NLC in about an hour, so it would be a bit difficult. Plus, I need to call Dad, so I'll try and stream tomorrow. Cool. Before things kick off.
Alrighty. So, I guess I'll go find someone to raid you guys over to now. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're on YouTube, stream will end here. Thank you so much. We'll get our post-game breakdown and we'll send you over to someone else.